I'm Big Poppa Timo. Technical Difficulties Edition. Oh, he doesn't have audio at the moment. Ruh-roh. Let's try that again. Good morning, everyone. He's Fear the Reaper. I'm Big Poppa Timo. And this is the Mid-Lunch Crisis. Oh, audio sounds like hell. I was way too loud. It's the Technical Difficulties Edition. We're going to try and figure some stuff out here real quick, guys. Stream Elements and OBS Live. Please bear with us. I miss Jeopardy. Not really, but miss having the time to watch Jeopardy. Reaper is furiously trying to make some alterations. So what's up, Galaxy? How you doing today?
Hey, can you hear me, Timo?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this is going to be fun. All right, I have sound.
I can hear you.
And so can the stream. But that's weird. All right, give me just a minute, guys. My daughter has brought me a grocery list.
Bet it involves cat food.
No, actually, we ran out and got that Tuesday. Or Monday.
I think we can take off taco season.
See? It's still got your requires picture up there. R.I. fires. Yes. See?
Check the ones in the fridge.
I knew what I was doing, didn't I?
Okay.
My email, for some reason, is the
Uh,
same. But on my phone, it's different. Well, I knew what I was doing, didn't I? Yeah. Alright.
Alright, so give me a minute just to reposition my microphone here. Alright.
You get her?
Uh,
All good her now?
yeah, I don't know what happened. For some reason I had to switch to the boom mic. Like my, for some reason it wasn't picking up my headset microphone.
Strange.
Alright, so that's technical difficulty number 1 taken care of. Difficulty number 2, trying to get the game.
Trying to get the game.
So,
Oh, hey, look. The game.
yeah, now we just gotta try and load in. So how's everybody else doing? What do we got? We have Galaxy Void. Galaxy Void, how are things going?
What are you looking for? South Park?
Hey Galaxy. Would it be okay if I shared with Big Papa Timo on stream?
You never get anything correct. South Park.
Did Galaxy do something special again?
No, he had some news that. Okay, we've loaded into the game. All right. He had some news. I just want to make sure. Sure. Okay. So, Galaxy's sister was in Germany when all of this stuff happened.
Mm-hmm.
And she flew back on what, Monday? I'm not sure the days, but anyway, when she got back, she tested positive for COVID-19.
Ouch.
So
That is unfortunate.
at this point, when I talked to Galaxy last night, she was. There you go. She was just getting kind of the beginning stages of the symptoms. And he said he could talk to her, but they can't see her. Yeah, for obvious reasons.
Mm-hmm. That is unfortunate. Sorry to hear that. Hopefully she makes a quick and speedy recovery, though.
Alright, so here's what I was doing with this. So I told you I got the crude to work.
Yes.
Now what I have done is I've also downloaded a mod called Courseplay.
Called what?
Courseplay.
Courseplay?
Yes. Give me just a second here.
Sorry.
I forget how to mute my microphone for OBS.
Sorry.
Okay, apparently I don't have a mute button.
doesn't think.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I don't hear a beeping sound. Gotcha. Even listening to the stream, I'm not hearing it. So you basically just drive the course that you want it to do, record. All right, on the stream, I'm not hearing your voice. Nope, not on the stream. Galaxy, have you heard Reaper's voice at all on the stream? Gotcha. It'll take a minute to catch up. Give it a moment. Nope, still don't hear it.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Give the stream a minute to catch up.
Should be able to hear me. Yep, yeah, like you said, he can hear me. All right, so here's the issue with, I think, with this particular thing. Here's the trigger for the unload. It's really far. It's at the back of the trailer. And I don't think... it spends enough time on the trigger to recognize it. Because by the time the trigger pops up, it's already turning away, I think.
Gotcha.
So we'll try it again here.
Meanwhile, on La Caronela, Big Papa Timo is just running over pedestrians.
Galaxy said he can hear me, but there's a loud beeping sound.
Yeah, I don't hear the loud beeping, even when I'm listening to the stream. Yeah, Galaxy, sorry, but I don't hear the beeping sound at all. Sure it's not something in your house? Is a fire alarm going off? Smoke detector? Duck and cover time, maybe?
Okay. And also, I haven't been able to... once I start the course, I actually have to exit the game to get it to stop for some reason.
What? That's weird.
Save course as crude. Drive course. Now it's driving automatically. Galaxy says when he pauses stream, it stops, and when I mute my mic, it goes away. I don't know, buddy. That's a good question.
Is it like a constant beeping or just like an occasional beeping? It's got to be your YouTube then, because I don't hear it at all. Alright, so what the heck is this? Okay, that's water supply. Okay. Saving content. Game is paused. Okay, that's the flour mill. That's the boards factory. Yes, Cambria County at 8 p.m. tonight goes under mandatory stay-at-home order. Probably because we are one of the few. I mean, there are not all counties in Pennsylvania have declared positive cases of this situation, but we have two. We currently have two. No, she's supposed to have the day off, but herein lies one of the problems. So one of her coworkers didn't quit the other day, but basically stated she didn't want to work anymore because she has COPD and she felt that it was too great of a risk, and nobody blames her for that because that's a serious health risk right off the bat, and with the respiratory infection going around, and you're at the one place where everybody in town goes. Yeah, a little dangerous. So they're short staffed one, and then um, her manager's son actually is feeling ill, and he's basically got all of the symptoms and everything. But he also worked at the store, so he's currently off, and so the manager is very concerned for her son, obviously, as every parent would be. Um, so the manager's been, or sorry, not the manager, not the deli manager, I guess I should say. My wife's immediate supervisor um, has been running herself ragged anyways, and now her son is not feeling well, so she's running herself even raggeder, I guess would be the correct term. Um, so it's possible that my wife may be called in at a moment's notice to either fill in for a busy time, or if her supervisor needs to go somewhere for her son, because my wife, unfortunately, is one of those ultra responsible people that always shows up to work, always answers when somebody, calls for help or needs for help type of thing. So yes, it's possible she'll go in, but the other strange thing that's going on these days is um, they had to change the way that the schools are distributing lunches. Now they did this in a way that I actually agree with. I actually like. Um, so on Mondays they distribute the lunches for Monday and Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
On Wednesday they distribute for Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And if your child is part of the backpack program, the take-home lunches for the weekends, they distribute those on Thursday. So instead of subjecting people to other people 5 days a week. They're down to 3. For safety's sake, which is I think the smarter way to do things. But yeah, so it's one of those things. So my wife does have to go at noon to go pick up the school lunches because honestly, we have 3 kids that were in school, and that's a lot of meals that they were getting from school that we're not used to having to provide for.
Yeah. See, now ours does it on Mondays and Wednesdays. So that's my wife actually. They're gonna go pick up those and then go to the grocery store real quick and. You know, we're not under a mandatory stay-at-home order yet, but
I would imagine it's coming soon
yeah,
enough.
yeah. Considering we have quite a few confirmed cases. Mary Lizzie in the house.
Holla.
What's up, Mary?
Yes, Reaper is talking. Can you not hear him again?
No, my mic got muted again.
You should stop that.
I really should stop that. I even changed the key, and then I don't know what happened. So, I've gotten the Courseplay driver to load the trailer, but again, he drove over the unload trigger and did not unload.
Now, does he stop there or?
No, he doesn't actually stop. He goes slow because it's a turn, but for some reason.
Can you set that as an end destination?
I can set it. There's a unload point trigger, but that doesn't seem to work either. See, he's coming around in the refiner right now.
He'll be coming round the mountain when he comes. He'll be coming round the mountain when he comes.
Excuse me. Okay, there's the trigger. It drives right through.
Don't die. It's a dry cough or wet cough. Sorry, Timo's got jokes today.
Sorry about that, guys. So, yeah. And then when I hit stop driver, he doesn't actually stop. So, moving on.
So what you're telling me is that while this is an awesome idea for mod, it doesn't actually work. That's what I'm hearing.
It does work. It actually works very well. I either have a mod interfering or I'm not doing something right. Courseplay has actually been around since Farming Simulator 15. And there are many, many people that use it correctly all the time. For some reason,
You're just not one of them.
I'm not one of them.
Yo comprendo.
I slept. Oh, Mary said she actually slept. So 8 hours since last pain pill, 6 hours that I have to skip at night, and 2 hours past that, I actually slept and dreamed. Wow. That's actually pretty awesome.
Good dream or bad dream?
Well, I hate to say it, but it really actually doesn't matter. Mary has a problem with REM sleep. Moreover, not getting REM sleep. So
any REM sleep is good REM sleep,
yeah.
regardless of content of dream.
Yeah, pretty much.
Gotcha.
So we're loading up our gold processing unit with some water here. We'll get some dirt going. Now I had to start this map over again. That's why the crude wasn't working. Was because it was an old save.
Mm-hmm.
So now that I've restarted, I only owned the mine with the dirt. So currently the only income I have is from gold.
There's always the street corner reaper.
There is always the street corner. And I could put up a government subsidy sign to just get back to where I was, but I kind of I like the grind. I like earning my money. And I did figure out that there is in fact a place to sell the tailings.
Is it worthwhile to sell the tailings?
Well, I don't
I
know.
imagine it's not the highest value item in the game.
The only thing I can say is that, but one thing I noticed with the other map is the fact that you get a lot of tailings.
Yeah.
So, whether or not it's actually worthwhile to sell them, getting rid of them is what became my problem. So even if I get a little bit of money for them, it's better than having them sitting around everywhere. Alright, that is done. What has happened? I think my game froze. Mary said when she doesn't dream, but when she does, they are very, very vivid. Interesting. I really am not having any luck today. Today is Reaper breaks everything. Apparently. So, yeah. So this happened.
Now, do those vehicles basically just operate on an infinite loop at that point in time?
Yes, they will.
And does that hire a worker to do it?
It does technically hire a worker, but he doesn't get paid. And
does it take up from your available worker slots?
I don't know. I'm having to close the game because it froze. Yeah, I'm not sure. Because I've not been in a position to hire that many workers. Galaxy, is this the auto drive mod? No, actually, auto drive is different. The auto drive mod, I won't say you can't. It might be able to. I could not find a way to get it to unload and reload modded maps. Alright, I know what I'm missing here. Missing my water standpipe. Alright, so that's filling. So let's just, we'll just drive the crude for myself here. Till I can get that figured out at some point. Mary doesn't dream very often, but when she does, she dreams with Dos Equis.
Saving content.
Game is paused. Good morning, Mr. Bixler. Mr. Bixler's still in bed.
Cooperative El Perpetual. This doesn't help me that it's in
Mary says
languages I don't understand.
Mary says she's hearing a constant low beeping.
Okay, maybe I'm just the only one that can't hear it. That's weird.
Galaxy said he's going to hang out here for like 30 minutes and then get his lazy butt outside and ride a bike or something. I don't know where the beeping would be coming from. Alright, so we're inputting crude and getting tar. And then
there we go. Okay.
Now, where do we get the tar?
Wish I could tell you. I've totally forgotten all of your sell points already.
Is it here, maybe? No, that's supposed to be biodiesel. Sounds like an audio port not wanting to work. Well, I'm not using an audio port. This is a USB microphone. Where that goes. Oh, I guess we get tar out of here. That's odd. Most of the time, the sell points are labeled. The pickup points aren't. Let me get rid of this course play control panel here. If we're not using it.
No, that's important. I gotta admit, the La Caronera map is absolutely beautiful and very, very thoughtfully designed, but God, is it a pain in the ass.
So I know I don't really need tar, but because I don't have the rest of the stuff to make asphalt, but hey. At least get it going. So how was my birthday yesterday? My birthday was
That's right. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Totally forgot.
My birthday was good. I sat around and watched TV all day.
Awful lot of people's birthday was yesterday. I
Dave,
don't have the best of memories anyways.
Dave Auntie's birthday was also yesterday.
Yes, I did wish him a happy birthday because he jumped into the stream for a little while. Excuse me. Got everybody to wish him a happy birthday.
See, I've said on several occasions how much I don't like editing videos. And for some reason, I volunteered to create a channel trailer for Hollow Crow, which requires me to edit about 8 hours of game footage. So after getting through the first probably 2 hours, I had to take a break. And then I started watching movies, and that's what I did yesterday. Hippo Birdie to you. Well, thank you, Mary. That's funny. Hippo Birdie to you.
The two Utes? The two what? Did you say Utes?
Did I at least eat cake? No, I did not. We haven't had a birthday cake for me in quite a long time. It's one of those things, Galaxy, at least for me, when you become an adult, it's not really a big deal anymore.
Whoa, Mr. Naysayer.
That's why I said, at least for me, it's not.
Nah, it really isn't.
Like your first say 13 birthdays are pretty big. Then you've got 16, then you've got 18, then you've got 21, and then it's the 10s, man.
Yeah. You start counting by decades at that point in time.
Yep.
30, 40, 50. When am I gonna die?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh my god, I'm so old. Please let this be the end. Why do they keep torturing me like this? And then what's my name? If you happen to make it to the 110 mark, it's like, I'm wearing pants.
Years ago, there was a guy in Philadelphia. He was like 109. He was coming up on his 110th birthday, I believe. And they asked him, why does he think that he lived so long? And he told him, he said, I drink a gallon of Thunderbird wine a day, and I eat bread fried in back fat.
Nice.
Which, for those of you who don't know, back fat is super unhealthy, along with Thunderbird wine, which is kind of like the the dollar store of the wine industry.
10 out of 10 winos approve.
Yeah.
It's almost as good as Night Train.
Ooh.
Sounds like my great-grandmother. Shot of old granddad every day, made herself a piece of fried chicken every morning, smoked a pack of Camel Studs. Lived to be 100 years old. Wow, just shy of 100. She was healthy and alert right up until the end. The only thing that got her was she had slipped on some ice and broke her hip at 95. And that's the only thing that really slowed her down. And then after that, we had to put her in a home, an assisted living home. I think after that, she just didn't want to live anymore.
Yeah.
So what are you working on now?
Right now I'm reloading my gold processor with water.
All right, so that takes water, fuel, diesel.
This actually only takes water and dirt.
Okay. So what's up with the air, the diesel exhaust fluid, and the diesel?
That's all the truck.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure what the air is. It refills every time I refill with water. So I'm not sure.
Air pressure to pump the water out?
I don't know.
Doesn't make sense, but sure, why not?
Galaxy wants to know where back fat is from. I'm not exactly sure.
Google it. When in doubt, Google it out. Come on, Galaxy. How old are you? Generation Googles everything. Oh, that was super fast.
I did manage to watch a few good movies yesterday, though.
Yeah, what'd you watch?
See, I watched, don't remember.
Men of a certain age.
Right? Yeah, what did I watch?
They say that their memory's the second thing to go. Can't remember what the first is.
Yeah, I can't remember what the first is. Well, I know I watched 2 of the John Wick movies. Rewatched them because I've seen them all. Yeah. Yeah, honestly, I can't remember now. I'm brain fart.
I'm assuming they were just really good movies that you've watched over and over before.
Actually, 2 of them I hadn't seen before. They were fairly newer movies. And it'll come to me at some point when I'm not trying to think about it. Galaxy said the last time he got curious and looked something up, he got scared for his life. That was the... yeah, we're not going to say that on stream. It was something the Beffels had mentioned. We'll put it that way.
Yeah, don't ever Google anything Beffel says.
Oh, no. I really just got my my truck stuck. Okay. And I don't own this piece of property.
Can't cut down that tree.
Nope. Oh. Is the loader going to make it up the hill? You want to do this without sending the loader down over the hill here? Nope, not yet. She's really stuck in there. It's good my wheels are off the ground. Yeah, yep.
You done did fudged up. Ooh.
Well, that's just not gonna work. Didn't want to have to do it like this.
Can you unhook the trailer and do that?
No, I can cheat because I still have the strong man mod on.
Oh, so you found the strongman mod. Nice.
Yep. I forget that I have it.
Because he's not a strong man. Oh, mistakes might have been made.
Uh-oh.
Haha, nope. Solved it. Now, do you guys have a crop mod?
Crop mod for...
Yeah, so that you could add different crops to your maps.
Probably. It's not something that I've looked for, but I would assume so. See, now, I know on this map there are other crops because it has sugarcane.
Sugarcane's an in-game crop.
Is it?
Yes. There's actual in-game sugarcane technology. It's not much, and it's a pain in the butt, but yeah, that's a regular crop.
So I've decided not to get that giant excavator this time around.
Why?
I've decided to get the giant front loader instead. The giant front loader seems to be a little, I think, in my opinion at least, a little more realistic. The bucket holds 36,000 liters, which would, in 2 buckets, would fill my truck.
Mary wants to know how Shathid is.
Don't worry, Mary.
The name's gonna stick. The name's gonna stick.
I'm not naming my cat Shathid. The cat, however, is doing very well.
I'm naming your cat Shathid.
Turns out, now one of the things about this house, having the old stone foundation with lots of holes in it and whatnot, is we get mice. and I have mouse traps out to combat this, and we usually catch them pretty quick. But apparently the mice have been getting smart and have been avoiding my traps because,
As mice will do.
as mice seem to have doing, because Senor Cat turns out to be a hell of a mouser. Took him no time at all to find said smart mice and take care of them. Yeah, we get mice and ladybugs.
We get stink bugs. That's what we get. The occasional bat also. We
We've
have
had
several colonies of bats that live in our attic, and every once in a while one will get in the house. And 3 of the 4 cats just look really dumb concerning the bats. And then there's Butter. Butter is normally a pretty chill cat that's he has his moments of being really, really sweet, but normally he's just really chill and pretty dumb himself. But when the bats come around, he is like amazingly agile, jumps up in the air, swats them down on the ground, and pounces on them, and then just sits there and meows to let you know that he's caught it. He's very proud of it. And then when you come in to look, he looks at you, meows, and then lets it go and does it again.
well, that's the thing. This cat spent, I don't know, a better part of 2 hours playing catch and release.
Ah.
And then when the mouse was pretty well gone, the cat actually got mad at me because I took the mouse and disposed of it.
You're not supposed to do that.
Yeah, no. I took his toy.
Well, not only that, you threw away his prize.
Yeah. Yeah, so there's your answer, Mary. No, he didn't bring them to me. He actually avoided me for about an hour. He just sat there and stared, and
Now he's plotting your death.
yep, as cats have been known to do.
Mm-hmm.
So back to what I was talking about that giant loader. For any truck driver that's been into a quarry, you'll know that the loaders that they use generally fill your truck in 2 buckets. Occasionally he doesn't get it right and has to put a smidge of a third,
But just a smidge.
Cat's favorite game. Daffodil would play with the ground squirrels. She tossed them up, let them land, let them start walking away, and then start it all over again. Yeah, he like I said, he played catch and release for quite a while. Oh crap! What the heck happened there?
Those are potatoes. That's no bueno.
No bueno.
Not ready for potatoes yet.
Oh yeah, I finally watched Terminator Dark Fate yesterday.
Oh, there you go.
That was one of them.
How was that?
Uh, it was okay.
Is it everything you can expect from a fifth in a series?
Yeah. Yeah. That is definitely true. And they, for those of you who haven't seen it, look away, mute your sound. 3, 2, 1, good. They basically could have named it Terminator the Remake, and it would have been more accurate.
Gotcha.
The storyline was almost identical. But that's what happens when you're the governor. You can do whatever you want.
Mm-hmm. All right, on that note, I'm going to take a quick break and go smoke. I'll be back.
All right. See what we have for gold in the box. Hey, we're almost full. And what do we have for tailings? Oh, 321,000 in tailings. Time to get rid of some of them. Saving content. Game is paused. Sorry, guys. I muted the wrong mic. So I kind of want to... Yeah, my truck's stuck again. So I kind of want to wait and see if I can buy that Volvo rock truck and see if I can use it to sell the tailings. I could not use it to sell the this stuff over here, the Tubano aggregate. It just it wouldn't register the sell point. For that, I need money. I have 193. I need 220 for that truck. So at this point, let's just speed up some time. How are we doing here? Uh-oh. We're down to 70,000 liters of dirt. She used to also bring field mice bodies and leave them on the porch. That was her trophy. She was showing you how good of a job she did. We almost have enough. To get our truck. Outside is too cold.
Alrighty.
Welcome back. Galaxy has changed his plans. Because it's too cold
Did you say
outside.
it's too cold outside?
Yep.
Too cold for what?
He was going to go out and ride his bike or something. Some exercise.
Bundle up, go for a jog. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I actually don't know what it's like outside here.
It's not too bad. It's a little chilly. Overcast and chilly.
Yeah.
Last night I was falling asleep, then all of a sudden it says Th3 added to downloads, and of course it was late, so I couldn't fall asleep until I watched it get done.
Oh yeah, so is that the full release? I know Galaxy's been waiting for that, not so patiently.
Yep, that's the full release.
It's got a day timer. So does that mean you can play it tomorrow? Tomorrow's Thursday.
Weird day for a release.
Yeah, normally that happens on Tuesday.
Yes. So have you tried the new Sandy Beaches map yet? Bless you. Okay, those are potatoes. That's corn. That's harvested. Sputicus. Sputicus maximus. No, because it's not available for console yet. It's PC only at the moment. It should be coming out for console relatively soon, but we shall see. I'm more interested in the new DLC that's coming out the 7th with the new baling technology and molasses and pellets. And I've been watching decent number of videos, and there's a couple of things that I'm curious as to see what happens in the way of Farming Simulator. This DLC that's coming out is the first one put out by Giants that allows for factory scripting. Now, some of the maps already have factories on them, like the map that I'm currently working, La Caranella, has a sunflower seed to sunflower oil factory. It has a milk to cheese factory. It has a wood chip to laminate flooring factory, of all things. Laminate planks, I should say. And the map that they're coming, or the DLC that they're coming out with on Tuesday, will allow for the wood chips to pellets, wood chips and molasses to pellets as a factory. So what that allows is, if Giants puts out an official factory script, then it should make it easier for modders to do additional ones for their maps. So you may end up seeing something like Welkers could have some form of a milk to cheese one or something like that.
Nice. See,
Just
now,
opens up future possibilities for people.
see, this map has already has that. Like it has milk to cheese. We have bricks. We have steel.
Well, see, you've got a bunch of them on there. Like every
Yeah.
one you've got is on there. Your gold one is a prime example of a factory.
Yeah.
But you've also got the asphalts one. Pretty much everything you're doing on that map is factory operations. And for PCs, it's very easy. For console, though, the scripting issue has always been prohibitive because Giants didn't like to sign off on a lot of those things. So when people would put them in for Mod Hub, it would be restricted to one map. They'd say, okay, you can have 4 different grains on your map all you want, and you can have 4 different factories all you want, but you can't do this as a standalone mod because it would alter the game too much on other locations. Or it might not work because it interferes with some of the other things. But Giants has pretty much figured out their scripting issues that they were having.
Well, and Giants isn't the only hurdle when it comes to mods for console. Also, Sony. Because everything, even though Giants can approve it, Sony also has to approve everything that goes into effect for their console. And that's one of the reasons why it takes so long for mods to get down to console, is because Sony isn't really, it's not really a priority for Sony.
No, because they don't make additional money off of it.
Right. What's
I just
up?
like the idea of them doing it because it will keep the game more relevant for a longer period of time while we wait for the new consoles and the release of the next version.
Yep.
And since Giants has pretty much said, we're not doing 21 until after the new consoles come out. And they're not even calling it 21 at this
Yeah.
point in time. They're just the next version of Farm Sim.
Yeah, which I was kind of surprised.
What's going on, Devante? Happy belated birthday again.
Yeah, man. I was kind of surprised because we've had the number through all the consoles. Like I said, 08, 09, 11, 13, 15, 17, and now 19. So I'm actually kind of surprised that they're,
Not doing a 21.
they're not going to do the 21. All right, so now I need that rock truck. I was muted there for a little bit again. Galaxy mentioned it. So now we're going to throw some tailings in this truck and see if we can sell them.
Saving content.
Game is paused. Do we want to stream FS19 this afternoon or Raft? Well, you can't go wrong with FS19. Just saying. You had technical issues Wednesday. No, it was Reaper being stupid Wednesday is what it was. When I set my hotkey for mute, I forgot to also set one for unmute.
Reaper Ken has the dumbs.
Yeah. As long as you've got someone to drive your trucks. I'm sure Davante will drive. He's volunteered on several occasions. Alright, so that's 50,000 liters of tailings. We'll go see what we can get out of that. If it'll let us use this truck to sell them. Davante gave me his dumbs, and now he's the fool. I go to fs19mods.com. Oh, I hear the train. I hear the train a-coming. So there's our tailings sell point there. Yep, that's what I was afraid of. That's why I only loaded 50,000.
What's that?
It does not want me to. It won't pop up with the unload trigger.
Did you give everybody poop Oreos? Think about that? They're confused.
Yeah. Gives everyone black licorice to make up. Okay. I mean, I like black licorice, but
As do I.
April Fools. Because he would never not give Oreos. That's right, today is April Fool's Day.
It is.
So, I'm wondering. See, this truck is not part of the mining and construction economy pack. This was a separate download. So it doesn't seem to work with the cell triggers.
That doesn't make sense.
Well, one of the things the creator had mentioned when I talked to him about the crude was having to use that specific trailer. The one that he created for that. So I'm wondering if maybe the same thing holds true for the other cell triggers. I don't know. Timo sounds tired.
Timo is tired.
Timo not sleeping at night again. You were doing so good there for a while.
Well, I've also only had 1 cup of coffee.
That's a crime.
It is.
Alright, so yeah, there's this mining and construction and machinery. Is there any trucks in here?
I'm always tired when I
not.
first wake up, Dave, aren't I?
Well, I guess I will just have to sell them with this truck for now. Although I was hoping not to have to make a bunch of trips.
So it's the largest capacity in the construction pack.
267,000.
That's still a respectable amount of stuff.
Yes. So that will... Well, the problem is I don't think that it's going to fit under or in this little under the silo because it is this giant dump truck.
Sounds to me like this map is full of the dumbs.
This one is only 35,000. This one is 24,000. Um, yeah, it has its quirks, I guess. Excuse me. Yeah, I didn't even have a chance to make any coffee. I had my alarm set for 9:30. Went off a couple times, and then for some reason somehow I accidentally shut it off. Luckily, my wife woke up at 10:30. Speaking of, so I'm about to have my first death on New Frontier. I bought 13 eggplants and salt, cooked it all. Not getting much from it. Enjoying, can't sell anything at the stores. Yeah, that game. It has the dumbs as well. Although if you have salt, Devontae, which you can do, is right there in the creek where those gold sluices were. There are also fish traps. You can grab some fish out of there and unlock the recipes to cook them, and they'll give you a little more food than the eggplants will. Yeah, it's in. There's a reason it's in beta, and there's a reason it's free. Now, what they're talking about, Timo, they're talking about a game called New Frontier that basically looks an awful lot like Red Dead Redemption 2, with the exception of it's strictly online, strictly PvP, and it looks like with the right developer and the right programmers, it could be a good game. Unfortunately, they just haven't executed anything very well. Very sad.
That is unfortunate.
Yeah, because it could be a really cool game. You filled your canteen with dirty water, used a campfire to make it clean water, and still couldn't drink it. Yeah, and just things like that. So 70,000 liters of tailings. My farm is doing okay. I have 88k, but for no clue what the next quest is in the tutorial. I didn't get that far. So 70,000 liters of tailings nets us $66,000. So kind of respectable.
Not bad for a overburden.
Yeah, for a waste product.
Yeah.
I'm sure that price will go down because I constantly have them to sell. Give me just a minute, guys. Sorry, guys. Not the phone call I was looking for. That was the wife.
This is not the phone call you are looking for.
I was telling Timo before the stream, I am actually waiting on a phone call from a loan company. They're trying to get me to refinance my car, which is all well and good. Terms are acceptable, but I also want them to defer my payments for 2 months. Galaxy says, can you still have a good farm and make lots of money without using mods? Absolutely. The base game itself has everything you need to operate. Basically, like I told Mary, before she started playing, she asked me what mods she should get, and I told her that I didn't know, and that mods are basically you don't look at the mods until after you play the game, because mods are there to improve things you don't like about the base game. I don't know enough about real farming, but the tutorial seems it should go in steps to teach you. But I did everything they wanted. Now I have no clue what they want next. Yeah, I haven't done the tutorial in forever, man. I didn't even do the tutorial when I started playing 19. We should do a no mods challenge.
It's actually not much of a challenge. There's plenty of no mod stuff out there. The big challenge with no mods is actually just
dealing with
fighting boredom.
Yeah.
Because you have your choice of, with no mods, you have your choice of 2 maps. Ravensport and Felsburn. That's it. Now, both maps are perfectly acceptable maps.
Adequate.
Very adequate, but they lack flavor after a little while. They either don't give you what you want or don't give you enough of what you want. But yeah, doing no mods is not a bad thing to do, honestly. Because as Reaper said, the base game gives you everything you need to play and play successfully. Just depends on what you're looking to do.
Yeah. I only know a super small amount of farm equipment and uses. All right, Davante. So let me see if I can figure this out. Where are you in? Where are you in the tutorial series?
Well, the other question is, Devontae, have you done any of the contract missions? Because if you're kind of done with the tutorials, because the tutorials do end,
And
you get to a certain point on the tutorials and you're just done. But there are other things to do. If you want to try out new equipment, one of the easiest ways to do it is to actually um, try the
do the missions and
do
rent.
do the missions, because then you can borrow equipment for them that you can't afford to buy normally. Like if you've never farmed sugar beets, I'll just use sugar beets as an example. The harvester for sugar beets is $500,000. You need that, and you need a truck to keep up with it. Um, and it takes forever. It's 4 rows of sugar beets at a time. So large fields and stuff like that. But you might find that you actually really enjoy that, because even though it takes a very long time to do, there is so much product that you get from it that the return is, well, not a very high value per sugar beet or per 1,000 liters of sugar beet. You get so many thousand liters of them that it's actually kind of cool. So you might like that. You might find that that's relaxing, but do the mission to find out. Um, I found that where it's most useful is learning the different fertilizers, because there are so many different methods of fertilization, and some of that equipment is just really expensive. And until you try it, you don't know if you're going to like it or if it's going to be right for the field for you. Having a 40-meter wide liquid fertilizer sprayer sounds really good until you realize that's 120 feet. That's a big bitch. That's got a hell of a wingspan on it. It takes some doing to utilize that one. And whether or not you like liquid fertilizer.
And actually, that's more than 120 feet. Was that 132?
I was just rounding off to 3 for
Yeah.
simplicity's sake. So yeah, if you're lost in the tutorials, or you don't know if there's where the next tutorial is, there might not be one.
Yeah,
You might actually be done with the tutorials.
Yeah. And there's nothing that pops up and it's like, congratulations, you completed. No, there's none of that. It's just, once it shows you the basics of farming, you're a farmer now.
Yep. You're expected to go out and farm.
Also, I found trying to drive with keyboard and mouse is way harder than controllers. Speed control. And it's nice with the triggers and steering. Yeah, the one thing I noticed with the steering on the keyboard is it doesn't steer back to straight. If I'm turning right and I let go of D, it continues to turn right until I hold A and bring it back. You got to the fertilizing and haven't seen a quest since. Well, that's because you're done. It showed you how to plant. It showed you how to harvest, sell, fertilize. That's really all the tutorials are.
Did you do forestry? Had to cut down a tree and pick it up.
I don't think there is a forestry tutorial.
Yes, there is.
Is there?
There is on console. Gives you the red pickup trailer.
Oh, yeah.
The old feller buncher.
Another 66,000 and... Oh, get out of the trench. Devante says no, he has not done the logging tutorial.
Try the forestry one. Alright, so if you go to your base screen and... Actually, where are the tutorials once you're in the game?
It's part of the new farmer.
Other than that, Devante, if you're done with the tutorials, just start a career map as a new farmer and go.
Bethel said she'll join us on FS19. Awesome.
Oh, somebody's brewing coffee.
Yeah.
I smell it.
Super Oreo. Oh, no worries, Devante. You're not super stupid. There's always a learning curve, and to be honest, Farming Simulator doesn't do a very good job of teaching people how to play.
No, it does not. That's why there are so many YouTube videos out there. Which most of them don't do a very good job of teaching you how to play either.
Yeah.
I have heard of this one streamer that's supposed to be doing a bunch of 15-minute videos, but he kind of slacked off after the first one.
Yep.
Probably because he streams so often.
Mike could be because he abandoned YouTube and all his YouTube followers.
Yeah, all 77 of them. What I had really abandoned was the static video stuff. I never did like editing videos.
Yeah, that's my biggest problem too.
And then when it comes to streaming on YouTube, I just was not happy with the stagnated growth. Now, granted, I love all 177 of my followers over here. But I also kind of feel the same way about my 566 Facebook followers. Love them too.
Yeah, but we were here first.
That's true, but YouTube doesn't allow channel growth the same way that Facebook does. YouTube actually tries to stifle streamers. And as we've been learning recently, so do other members of the community.
Yeah.
don't have time to get into that fight.
Not even. It's not even that I don't have time. I'm just not doing it.
No, unfortunately, YouTube is just not the correct platform for me for what I want and need to do with my streaming. It's unfortunate, but it's true.
Well, like you said, we've been growing in unforeseen directions.
Well, is what it is. FarmingSimulatorMods.com.
What was it? FS19mods.com.
Oh, FS19mods.com.
Yeah, here, I'll show
You
you.
can always go to FarmersOnly.com. They've got some really good farmer mods too.
Farmers only. It is www.fs19mods.com. Now that we're here, you wanted to see crops, didn't you?
Yeah, I want to see if they have crop mods. Because what I really want is there's a couple maps on here that allow alternate crops. Again, I don't remember the full name of it, but the vermin grass was an interesting one because what it did was you harvested it with a regular cereal grain head on the harvester, kind of like if you do triticale or something like that. You still get the grain off of it, but instead of popping out straw from the straw swath, it actually just popped out grass, which was a super cool way of basically mowing a lawn. On New Woodshire was the map that it's on. We were doing. I was prepping to do silage, and so I was going to plant grass fields, but they have this other grass that gives you just as much grass, but you also get the additional cereal grain with it. So it was like a twofer. Yeah, see, I was hoping that somebody would be able to just do a mod that allowed you to plant additional crops on other maps. So, like, if you, what I'm looking for is something like, that vermin grass that I was telling you about. I'd love to be able to plant that on Welkers because I have fields on Welkers that I'm just doing as grass fields. And I'm harvesting the grass and I'm collecting the grass and I'm turning that into chaff and turning that into silage. I'd like to be able to also sell a crop grain from it and then still do that. But maybe that's just me. See, like the map I'm on right now, I'm playing on La Caranella. We can do sorghum, millet, rye, and triticale. Also rice, for that matter. And there's 4 factories on this map. which is really the only redeeming feature for this really far spread out trees everywhere, barbed wire fences to catch all your equipment map. Rice Aroni, the Farmer Timo's treat. Heck yeah, man. Helper F is blocked by an object. Damn it, Helper F. What are you doing to me? I don't even know which one Helper F is. Oh, well, he has wheat. That's... Okay. Well, I guess you are blocked by an object, aren't you? Helper F was, in fact, blocked by an object. Helper F's the helper that gets in so much. Now, if you ever have a helper that's going to end up in a ditch, it's going to be Helper F.
How about now? Is Reaper not having a good technology day?
Sometimes that happens. Sugar beets. Really? Millet. I had found the millet.
go sell some more tailings.
Okay, those are more potatoes.
Potato.
There's the millet. Okay. There's the millet. Can't find the friggin' harvester I was just in. Oh my god. Too much equipment.
First world problems.
I know, right? Wow. I could be in a third world country. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like a nut. Sometimes I don't.
Train. Jet! Couldn't get backed up in time. That train came quick.
Ooh, I've got a warning. So I get to look at this and watch this happen. There is one joy of stream lag. Dope. It's not that bad. I've been hit by worse trains than that.
Oh, you guys missed it. When Mary fired up Farming Simulator for the first time, Beffels was struggling with driving the combine, and she had picked a header that didn't have its own trailer. So I ended up pushing it out of the shop for her. She got it hooked up, but the only way she could get it home was to drive on the railroad tracks. So
I see where this is going.
You see where this is going. So she was driving on the railroad tracks, and the train came. And she actually, at one point, ended up on top of the train.
Nice.
With the train just dragging her along. Yeah, Dave Monte said Beffels rode the hell out of that train. Oh yeah, see that one was worth 22,000 less than the first two.
This map gets frustrating.
What's up, Erica? Hollow Crow in the house. The only thing to fear about Reaper is his foot odor. Ouch. Oh, we're starting early today, are we, Erica?
Devontae, if you start as a new farmer, yes, you get funds and equipment, or you can start as farm manager and just get the funds.
See, and actually, that at least at this point, Erica, my feet wouldn't be stinky because I haven't worn shoes in probably 4 months.
Just because you haven't worn shoes doesn't mean your feet aren't stinky. You could be walking around barefoot in big piles of shit for all we know.
No, I don't leave the house unless I absolutely.
I never
have
said
to.
you had to leave the house for that either. You got enough kids there could be poop all over the place. You never know. Rent a Child might have been a floor shitter.
Speaking of Rent a Child, she is back from outer space.
Yeah, this map can straight up go kiss my butt right now.
Erica said shoes are for noobs, as are pants.
Pants are for squares. Our big Papa Timo just broke out the big guns.
Uh-oh.
Just bought a T-Rex.
Oh, yeah.
Because there be some trees in my way.
Actually, that's one of the things that we're going to have to get on the map that Mary started. Because the creator thought it would be a great idea to line trees around all the fields.
Which map are you on?
It's a mod map, but it's in the mod hub. What is it?
You love collecting shoes, though?
Something, oak something?
Lone Oak?
Lone Oak 19.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But yeah, all the fields are lined with trees.
Yep.
So, setting workers is kind of a pain in the butt.
Oh, I hope I can get this tree. Might
What?
not own this land, actually.
All hail Sputicus.
Oh, I do.
What's up, Flash?
Alright, so the T-Rex does not like light posts.
It won't delete the light post?
Nope. Looked like a tree. Stopped me like a tree. Didn't throw sparks like a tree.
So, looks like most of the gang's here. We got Erica and Flash and Mary and Devontae and Galaxy. I don't know if Mr. Bixler's still here. Bed at 4:30, slept until 1:30. Yeah, that sounds about right. Now, if you just said bed at 4:30 p.m. and up at 1:30, then yeah, that might have some underlying issues. nom nom potatoes. He gives Flash Oreos for trade. Mary says, Hail Sputicus. The Goon Squad. There we go. Oh, yep. Scott's here, having his first cup of coffee. So who are we missing? William. William and Trucker.
Nope. I have a tiny human that requires my attention. Be back.
All right. $135. See what we got going on over here for gold processing. Missing Beffels, yeah. She doesn't come to the stream very often. We're full of gold. That's what's stopping us. Yeah, I tried to... I even reminded her. Well, that's interesting. We're not full of gold. I already sold that gold. My tiny human sitting on my lap. Going tuck, tuck, tuck. Ah. Well, hey, Bash. Everybody say hi to Bash. So, slight glitch. Thinks we're still full of... We still have a full box of gold, and we don't. Bash only likes double stuffed Oreos this morning. So is this a mod for Animal Crossing? No, this is No Man's Sky. This is the new farming update for No Man's Sky. Mary says she smoked way too much yesterday. I did absolutely nothing yesterday except watch movies. Movies that I can't remember what they are. Yes, but Flash, you're talking about something completely different. trucks need rocket boosters, right? No Man's Farm. Yeah. Farm the Sky. Guys, no farm. So now, right now, we're filling our gold processing plant with water, even though it's not working. Mary says her right hip feels like someone kicked it. Grand Theft Auto Iowa. Yeah, that's it. First couple episodes were pretty much Grand Theft Auto Iowa because we did very little farming and a whole lot of just smashing into each other. I think that might even be in one of the titles or the descriptions. GTA Iowa. It's really slow Rocket League. I thought it was Galaxy. Yeah, that was really early on. Like I said, that was, I think, our very first episode. Half of it was me explaining to Jenny and Timo how things were done, and then the other half was us just destroying each other while we were trying to do things. Yeah, Grand Theft Farmers. Looks like we're full there, so I can get out of this truck now. See, now you can get out of... You can leave it when it's filling, and it'll continue to fill, but you cannot leave it while you're unloading, because it'll stop. Wonder how people are going to get pre-orders for the for Resident Evil 3 considering all the GameStops are closed? That's a very good question. Scott said Amazon. Yeah, but the problem is Resident Evil comes out tonight at midnight, and for all those who pre-ordered it through GameStop already, how are they going to get it? Yeah, that's what I said. I knew we were missing Trucker and William.
I don't know how long it's going to be, but I think my tiny humans are going to mutiny.
They're going to what?
Mutiny.
Oh, mutiny?
Yes. Smell mutiny in the air.
Yeah, I don't know how that would work, because if you pre-ordered it through GameStop, you ordered a physical disc. Shipping maybe?
That's also possible.
Yeah, instead of going and getting it, they're going to ship it out? I don't know. I mean, GameStop's really not well known for their customer service, so they might just say, screw it.
GameStop is also selling off stores, right? Or closing down stores.
Which they were doing before all this happened.
Yeah.
So, yeah, who knows? It'd be delayed, but I imagine they could get a digital key in the meantime. Yeah. Like I said, again, and that's if GameStop cares enough to do it.
GameStop should have a customer service number. You might want to start giving them a call.
Well, Galaxy pre-ordered his through PlayStation, so he already has his. But he was just asking, wonder how that's going to work.
Also, when I went downstairs to deal with some rowdy tiny humans, my wife said that Governor Wolf might have issued a statewide stay-at-home order.
Oh, I'll have to look.
I'm not sure, though. You might want to check that out.
Yeah. If he did, I am going to say it's about time.
You're going to say what? Because you just cut out.
If he did, I'm going to say it's about time.
Now, as much as we kind of poke at Governor Wolf for taking his sweet time on some of these things, he's actually still one of the forefront governors on taking action.
Nothing.
There's a whole lot of governors that have done absolutely nothing.
30 states already have them.
The problem still comes down to enforcement.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't look like Pennsylvania has officially issued one yet. But unfortunately, that's what it's going to take. Is not only is it going to take actually issuing the order.
It's going to take enforcement.
Yeah, it's going to take enforcement, but because people are stupid.
People are dumb.
Yeah.
People are just straight up dumb. They're doing things that they should know better not to do. It's that whole mentality of it'll never happen to me.
Yep.
Oh, for the love of Pete.
Does that mean I can't leave the house at all? No, it does not. Even an actual shelter-in-place order does not mean you can't leave the house.
It means you're only supposed to go about on business that is life-sustaining.
Yeah, so like if you have to go to the grocery store, stuff like that, I would say like doctor's appointments, but doctor's offices aren't seeing people. But yeah, any life-sustaining activity. Other than that, keep your butt in the house. That's why we can't have nice things. Husband hides symptoms to visit the wife in the maternity ward. She started showing symptoms a week after giving birth. Yeah, stuff like that. I'm with you, Bixler. I think I've left the house twice. No, once. In the last 3 weeks, my wife has left. Now, my wife goes every Monday and Wednesday to pick up the school lunch program. But other than that, I mean, if she has to run to the store, she does it on those days. I'm fairly... see, I'm going to call out Erica. Now, I understand what she's saying because of where she lives. But unfortunately, that's the mentality that is getting people in trouble. I'm fairly certain I'm not going to get it. Like Timo said, it's not going to happen to me mentality.
Well, let me ask you something there,
No,
Erica.
I didn't finish her comment.
Oh.
But it basically, yeah, it says, I mean, I'm fairly confident that I won't catch it. That being said, I live miles away from any town, middle of nowhere. When she goes to get a flight to Portugal, she's aware that it won't be so safe.
Well, you have a greater risk of just going to the supermarket and catching it than going on a flight to Portugal, because your chances of getting a flight to Portugal right now are slim to none.
Yeah.
Your chance of running into another live physical human being at the supermarket are pretty high.
California says you can still go outside for exercise, but then the governor closed the beaches and hiking trails because of stupid people, right? That's why we need a full quarantine lockdown, because people keep doing stupid shit. And that's exactly it. That is the reason that the U.S. is in the predicament that it's in. It's the reason why we have the most confirmed cases, and we can't get it under control, is because people are stupid.
Well, it's not even that they're stupid. Americans in particular have one huge downside to just about every other country in the world. Our sense of entitlement, that we are the free democratic people of the world. We're free to do what we want, when we want, how we want, and nobody can stop us from doing it. Now, can you go outside and play in your backyard? Yes, that's perfectly acceptable. And I guarantee you that myself, with my 8-year-old and my 5-year-old, we are going to be spending an awful lot of time in the backyard. Am I going to let any other children come play with my children? No. The dumb kids next door and their dumb parents who want to just go everywhere are potential viral vectors. Um, do I let my older kids go anywhere? No. Do I let their friends come over? No. The only one that's really allowed to go out and do anything is my wife, because she works at the supermarket, which scares the ever-loving shit out of me. Because that's where all the dumb people are, at the supermarket. And the chances of being infected with something like this are so exponentially high anytime you come into contact with anybody, because we're not prepared for a pandemic. We are not prepared for this in any way, shape, or form. And, like we said, the American people like to think that, oh, well, I can do what I want when I want. You can't keep me locked up in my house. I'm going to go to the store because I want a bag of chips.
Or Cool Ranch Doritos.
Again, a bag of chips. Or the guy that goes to the store to get a case of beer. Now, granted, a case of beer might be considered kind of life-sustaining, but it's not. That bag of chips, it's not. Making one trip to the store to go get these things, most people think, oh, well, I'm only going to be there for 5 minutes. Okay. It takes half a second, literally half a second, to either contact something that can infect you, or for you to contact something that can infect somebody else. It's literally one of these things. Plus, it's airborne. This is not just a contact communicable virus. You don't need to touch a physical surface. If you walk through a vapor cloud that somebody sneezed 30 seconds ago, you can get this. And the other assumption that, oh, well, I'm young and healthy, I'm going to survive. Okay, yeah, you might survive. Survival is not the goal here. Preventing other people from being infected is the goal. Now, I have a friend of mine who is 26 years old, has coronavirus, has been released from the ICU, and they are going to survive being infected. Super, super happy for my buddy. I'm so happy that they're going to survive this. The downside is they've been in the hospital for a week and a half now. They were in the ICU for a week on a ventilator. Now, this is a 26-year-old, relatively healthy person, a young person, who has now been treated by over 40 individual doctors and nurses and healthcare providers. All of those 40 people have been put in direct contact with a highly communicable infection. Everybody that they're in contact with has now been put at risk. Everybody in that entire hospital has been put at risk, not to mention everybody that person was in contact with for roughly 14 days prior to exhibiting symptoms.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
And the timing on this, this is about a month into it now. My buddy was all over the place. Worked at Walmart.
Ooh.
So that entire Walmart is now considered a viral vector. And here's the really, really crappy thing. Not a little podunk Walmart either. Like a 100,000 customer per week Walmart. That's a lot of people.
Yep.
And the other really bad thing, you know what this guy's job was? Restocking.
So
So
everything.
for 2 weeks straight, everything he touched, put on the shelves, could have been contaminated. That's a lot of stuff.
Then they've actually.
Hey,
Uh,
Twiggy, how's it going on?
yeah, what's up, Twiggy? Now they've also. It will in fact survive on surfaces. They originally said a couple hours on a surface. Then they said a couple days. But then they haven't verified it yet that I have found. But um, the cruise ship, the Princess, the one that's out in the quarantined out in the ocean, they went into the staterooms 17 days later and still found
Viable samples.
viable samples of the virus. Let's see. Chat.
Now, granted, I'm gonna point something out. When you find a viable sample of a virus on a surface on a cruise ship, something like that, 17 days later, that doesn't mean that somebody was highly likely to have contracted the virus from that surface. It just means it's a possibility.
Yeah.
And that in and of itself is pretty scary. There are a lot of viruses out there that are viable from surface to surface contact for very extended periods of time. The common cold and influenza both have a pretty long shelf life for being on a surface if that surface is not properly disinfected. And when you're not thinking about proper disinfection of these things, it doesn't happen. Um, like prime example, just think of all the things floating around in your toothbrush. Not to gross anybody out, but there's a lot of nasty stuff in your toothbrush that wasn't actually ever in your mouth. But the fact of where you keep your toothbrush. Most people keep their toothbrush on the bathroom sink, which happens to be really close to the toilet. And the fact that when you go into your bathroom, you're normally washing your hands, but most people don't wash their hands properly or with the proper things to kill off a lot of infectious things. Now, normally this is not a bad thing because your body gets exposed to little bits of these and you build up tolerances and immunities to different virals and the like. This one just happens to be one that we have no immunity to. That there is no
Natural.
natural defenses within your body. This is a new strain of a very old virus that we've known about for a very long time, but the strain we have no protections against. So that's why it's wreaking the havoc that it is. But again, the people going out there having that mentality of, I'm probably not going to get it, is a very dangerous mentality to have.
Yep.
Will you exhibit signs? Will you be sickened by it? Probably not. That's still something in our benefit, that even with large populations of people getting sick, if 6 million people in the United States get sick and 200,000 people die, that's still, I mean, this is going to sound kind of crass. Those numbers are almost acceptable, except of course to the people that it happens to and their family members. But as a population standard, that's acceptable. That's an acceptable loss, an acceptable viral load. But to achieve those numbers of 6 million sick, 200,000 dead, that means that you probably had at least 60 million infected that just never showed signs, that are carriers that caused those other 6 million people to sicken and those 200,000 people to die. Well, if you can stop that from happening, that's a wonderful thing. Unfortunately, too little too late is normally the case with things like this. Catch up on chat.
I was going to say, yeah, we've kind of fallen pretty far behind. Erica said, she's moving to Portugal, hopefully once this calms down. She was supposed to go there last August. She says she's a horrible germaphobe. So she's used to exercising cautions. She didn't buy bread for a week after watching a woman squeeze everything single loaf in the store. Yeah, that's Galaxy said his mom thought so. My sister got screwed when she was in another country. Don't do what she did. Which is actually, Galaxy, to be honest. It would have... If she's now showing symptoms, it would have been a couple weeks ago that she got infected.
You're cutting in and out. Keep getting far away from your mic.
Yeah, sorry. I got to turn and look at my laptop for the chat here. Galaxy's sister is now showing symptoms, so she would have been infected a couple weeks ago in Germany. Let me scroll down.
Now, so here's the thing about that. Now, I don't know the specifics of your sister's visit to Germany, but remember that Germany is not a third world country. Germany is a first world country. Germany's healthcare system actually far exceeds ours. The problem that we had is, from a global standpoint, the world was not ready for the speed with which this spread, because the information that was originally released. Now, I'm going to say something that might be relatively controversial. Now, I don't like the use of calling this the Chinese virus. We're just going to call this COVID-19. We're not going to assign any blame. But with a virus that originated or was first discovered in a communist nation like China, I'm going to blame this on their government, not their people. They hid a lot of information, and their government is well known for doing this, for censoring things. They don't have the same freedoms that much of the rest of the world does. They don't have the freedom of information. They don't have the freedom of the press. They don't have the freedom of religion. They don't have the freedom of assembly. The things that we, particularly as Americans, take for granted all the time, the general population of China doesn't have. What's worse is that the medical professionals of China don't have the same freedoms that the medical professionals around the world did. What China does have, though, is a huge population of businessmen and women traveling in and out of that country. So when you have a viral vector that has an incubation period of 14 days, there are literally millions of people that were exposed to this virus unknowingly and traveled everywhere in the world. Now, Germany, also a large industrial country, has a lot of business dealings with China. Italy also, and what Italy did, Italy has some of the best medicine in the world, some of the best healthcare in the world, and they were unprepared and didn't take proper action in a timely fashion. But you can't really blame Germany for your sister being infected. You just have to kind of blame human nature. People.
Yeah.
This is people's fault. This is not individual locations' fault. It's just that whole human nature of, this can't happen to me. It's not that big of a deal. And nor due process. Yeah, there you go. They are still hiding information. I guarantee you they're still hiding information.
Oh.
But then again, there are a lot of countries that are hiding information. It's not just China that's hiding information. I guarantee you the United States is hiding information.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
We're not getting the truth. We're not getting honest answers. And watch the first presidential press conferences concerning this. and then watch the most recent ones, and you'll see a change, a very dramatic change in stuff where the experts are finally being heard. Now, this happened around the world, where governments try to protect things because we're about to face a whole different catastrophe, and that is pretty much a global economic meltdown. And when you have places like China, India, Germany, the United States go into economic crisis, the rest of the world follows.
Yep.
And, so long as certain things continue, as long as our supply chain is not broken, we should be able to weather that type of a storm. But I don't necessarily mean in a pleasant manner. Even if coronavirus went away tomorrow, if COVID-19 disappeared tomorrow, this will take years to rebound. Years to rebound.
Let's see, where else we got? Galaxy said, when my sister was over there at Germany, someone must have gotten the virus, and then they found out that the whole class got infected. Erica said, the store I go to has maybe 10 shelves, and it's an hour away from everything. It's been much safer going there than a Walmart. Walmart has always given her heebies. Flash Kid crashed his entire network, which is awesome, buddy. Way to go.
What is up with you? Oh, there you go. Okay.
Yeah, my gold thing got stuck. I have to reload.
All right, I gotta touch on Galaxy's sister situation again, just because there were a lot of mistakes made in that apparently. So Galaxy's sister and her entire class were basically exposed to this, and a lot of them are showing symptoms. You want to know where the biggest mess up was allowed, Galaxy? Your sister was allowed on a plane to fly back to the United States. This is going to sound harsh. This is going to sound really, really harsh. Your sister was allowed to infect an entire different population. Now, again, I'm sorry that this is going to sound, like I said, harsh, cold, cruel. The way that quarantines work is when you have anybody with a potential exposure, they're supposed to be sequestered where they are, prevented from travel, and basically locked up in a room until they show that they either have it or don't. And this is where the world failed. This is specifically where the world failed. When we first started showing symptomatic people and possible infections, their viral vectors were not tracked down. People were not prevented from travel. Because we have, like I said, that whole mentality of you can't take my rights away, while you have, as an American citizen, the right to, certain freedoms, freedom of religion, freedom of press, freedom of, you're not guaranteed the right to move. You're also not guaranteed the right not to endanger other people. There are certain invocations that the government is allowed to make. Things like martial law can be declared that pretty much temporarily suspend all of your rights for stuff like that. And that's where I find a huge failing on the federal government's part. Leaving a lot of these decisions to states was a huge mistake. A huge mistake. Federal declarations should have been made a long time ago. They still haven't been made.
No.
The suggestion by the federal government that everybody stay at home until April 31st is still just a suggestion.
Now I apologize because I'm gonna skip over a lot of comments here. But I wanted to read something Erica said. Um, she said Portugal actually did a cool thing. Everyone who showed up and couldn't get home was granted temporary residency so they could all get health care.
Portugal was not alone in that action either. Pretty much everything in the north of Europe, Sweden, Norway, Finland, Denmark, all of those countries did something very, very similar. And I'm pretty sure that Germany actually did something kind of similar. Hold on one second, guys.
Now, Devante said she could have gotten it at the airport or on the plane, not in Germany. Well, Devante, she flew home on Monday, and typical incubation period is roughly 9 days. So she would have had, and she's showing symptoms already. So she would have had to have gotten it at least 9 days ago.
Now, granted, that puts her as an asymptomatic traveler.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's entirely possible that nobody was showing symptoms before they allowed that air travel to happen, but that's well after this whole situation was on the table.
Let's see, Mary Lizzie. Mary Lizzie said if her entire class was infected, Devante, and she got it at school, I suspect she was a foreign exchange student. Actually, her class was on a class trip to Germany.
Now, how long was that trip?
That's a good question.
When did they actually leave for Germany? Is my big question.
Erica says that's a happy ass ringtone. That's actually my landline. I had to check it. Normally I try and leave the phone somewhere where it's not super loud and you guys can hear it, but I'm actually waiting on that phone call from the finance company.
Now, see, here's a question for you, Reaper.
Yes, sir.
I'm assuming that your finance company is an American-based company?
Yes. Yes, it is. And before you ask, I asked this very question, and they are in fact working in the office. I didn't ask her where she was, but she has a southern accent. But yeah, they are in fact working, and they are going into work every day.
Well, let me ask you a moral question then. You're willing to do business with a company that is knowingly and willingly putting its employees at grave risk?
Yes. And
I got a problem with that.
Well,
I got a problem with that.
Here's the thing. Moral objections don't pay the bills. And at this point, something has to give.
I know where you're going with this, and I understand your side of it. But that's problematic.
Well, and here's the thing. I mean, I would consider your point if I had other options. To get a little more personal than I normally do, my credit isn't very good. So lenders aren't actually lining up to offer, decent terms on refinancing my car loan.
I got you.
I really had two options, and one of them was a bad option. Now, this particular company is giving me a pretty decent deal, providing I can get them to defer the payments. But yeah, I mean, if I had the ability, I agree with you. I would much rather go with someone that's kind of, observing the moral aspect of it, and at the very least, let your employees work from home, because this is in fact loan officers is a job that you can do from anywhere with a computer and a phone. But yeah, unfortunately, I'm in a situation where I have to do something. My car loan right now is too high. I can't afford to pay it because I'm not back to work. So it's either
Okay, I got you on that. I understand your position on that. Let me ask you another question, because actually you're in a unique position to answer one of the questions I've had concerning this whole thing. So you were on unemployment because of the nature of your job. You're pretty much laid off during the winter. What is your status for unemployment now?
currently I'm still getting unemployment. I would have originally been eligible until the 15th of April. So currently, right now, I am making unemployment.
Cut out at the end there. Be eligible for.
I would have, if none of this would have happened, I would have been eligible for unemployment up until the 15th of April.
Okay.
But part of that, that aspect of it, I have no idea what's going to happen. I don't know whether I'm going to have to do something on my end, or whether they're just going to extend it, or I have no idea how that's going to work yet. But with the nature of my job, I have certain things that I have set to pay in the spring, because I go back to work, and those are all coming due. And instead of making roughly $1,500 a week going to work, now for the next month, or at least I'm only going to be making a quarter of that on unemployment. So by the time my next car payment comes due, I'll either have the option to pay it or something else. And that's kind of where I'm at.
Gotcha.
Now, granted, I could not pay it, and like you said, repo companies aren't going to come and take my car, but that poses other problems.
Well, you take the risk that there's not going to be special considerations made in the long run,
Right.
for people like you in your situation.
See where Flash Kid extended if he's still receiving it. Yeah. I know it will be extended. The question is, do I have to do it, or will it just automatically be extended? Now, as far as the increase goes, Flash, there was some there was some confusion in the wording the last time I looked as to whether it was going to cover people that were already on unemployment or people that have gotten laid off due to this situation. If I were to qualify for the increase, then that would solve all of my problems, or at least all of my monetary problems, because the increase is actually $600 a week.
And this is where a lot of the politicians jumped in and decided to try and screw things over, because they felt that by having such an increase, you were basically going to, if they allowed it to be applied retroactively to people already claiming, that the quote-unquote freeloaders would be giving a free lunch.
They were
At
concerned.
which point it reminds me that, your average politician doesn't know jack about what the average person, one, makes, two, is required to make to survive, and three, just general empathy for people in general, that they are lacking those things. Now, where I'm on the different side of the spectrum, where I have no option for unemployment because I'm self-employed. So the fact that I don't make any money, the state doesn't give a shit. There are no options for me to claim unemployment. Now, there are certain things within the stimulus package that become an option for me. And right now, having looked at what little information I've been able to actually attain on what was actually in the stimulus package, all 1,400 pages of it, I can go into debt. I can go into very, very serious debt and hope that my loans will be deferred, forgiven, but there's no guarantee of it whatsoever. So to pay all my bills, I can take out loans. And like Reaper, my credit is not all that good. The chances of me acquiring some of these loans is not good. Because I also don't have a lot of collateral to put down for things. So I mean, there's a lot of different things, and I understand not having options when it comes to something like this, and moral decisions are very difficult decisions to make, especially when you're talking survival of your family or the potential survival of your family. I kind of jokingly said to Reaper that, if he's having trouble making his car payments, he could obviously just not make them because the repo companies are in fact not operating because they're not considered life sustaining. So if anybody does show up on his door to try and repo his car,
I could shoot them.
you could shoot them. But not only that, because at that point in time, it's just theft. That's grand theft because they're trying to steal your car. They have no legitimate legal authority to take the vehicle right now because their business is required to be shut down. But that's not always practical. So I mean, it's a very hypothetical situation. As much as I would like to tell Reaper to make the right decision morally and not do business with a company that is knowingly risking the lives of its employees for something so trivial as car payments, I understand. And it wasn't meant as it wasn't meant as me saying something negative about Reaper's. I'm drawing a blank on how to actually word this.
My decision to...
Your decision or your character.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you're a bad person or that this is a bad thing or anything. I'm just bringing it up so that people can start to think about these things, because these are, in fact, going to be important decisions. There are companies out there that told their employees, come to work or you're fired. Companies like GameStop, to use just a really, really trivial example, that a company that sells video games would endanger its employees, and some of these companies are going to have to come to some form of a reckoning for their actions. That their actions are in fact going to cause people to die. Straight up.
There was actually a news story out of Texas day before yesterday. They didn't mention the company name, but this company actually sent an email to all of its employees that are still working. They're all going into work. Basically, sending an email with an agreement that their employees had to sign, saying that since they were any employee that was eligible for the government stimulus was to consider that their paycheck, but they still had to work. So if you qualified for $1,200 for the stimulus package, then you were to give your employer $1,200 worth of hours for free.
Yeah, see, companies like that are going to pay in the end. And a lot of these companies, given the society that we live in, after this is all said and done, there are going to be some monstrous lawsuits come down the pike.
Oh, yeah.
I can think of several companies here in the state of Pennsylvania that have stayed open because they have worked around the life-sustaining loopholes. Not going to name names, but I'm gonna mention what this particular company does. There's a company that sells cosmetics, primarily a cosmetics company, but the company also does mail order stuff. So they ship out shampoo, they ship out cleaning products, and they ship out toothpaste. This is a cosmetics company that employs hundreds of people here in Pennsylvania, that required all of its employees to come into work because they offered 3 life-sustaining products. So they were allowed to continue operations. They're not part of the supply chain to get these things to, storefronts that are allowed to stay open. They actually operate a bunch of their own storefronts that they had to shutter, that they had to close down because you can't have a cosmetics store open right now. But they went strictly mail order, and what they did is they transferred everybody from their store distributors to their online sales distributors so that they could continue selling makeup, of all things. And there are people that work in this distribution center that are now getting sick because they had to come into work or they were going to lose their job. So now you have hundreds of people were exposed to a potentially deadly virus for makeup and profitability. My own personal opinion, if I had worked there and I got infected with this, I would sue the ever-loving shit out of them. I would sue them into bankruptcy. And I would get a lawyer that would make it a class action lawsuit to make sure that everybody in the company that got sick joined the same class. Granted, I wouldn't get anything out of it because you get into a class action lawsuit, you're going to get $27. I've been part of class action lawsuits before that, the people actually making the suit should have got the money, and unfortunately the lawyers get all of that money, but you make the company pay. Company that's willing to do that to their employees, in my mind, has no business being in business. That's my moral standpoint on it.
Unfortunately, that company's not alone.
No.
There's so many companies out there that are still working when they shouldn't be. I mentioned it, a couple streams ago that my wife had told me there was a news story out of Philadelphia that construction companies were still working weeks after Governor Wolf ordered the shutdown of all non-life-sustaining businesses, and that they were going to start cracking down on them. Unfortunately, the crackdown doesn't seem to have been severe enough because companies are still working. Excuse me, guys. But yeah, unfortunately, there are literally hundreds of businesses that are doing that exact thing. Like you said, they're basically telling their employees, either you come to work or you're fired. Or like that company in Texas is now saying, you you have to come to work because they were working. And they didn't even say what this company did. But it didn't come up as an issue that this company was in fact still doing business. It just came up that they're basically telling their employees that because the government is giving out the stimulus, now they have to work for free. And they followed that up with Texas being a right to work state. Mm-hmm. The only law that they could find that was being broken was the minimum wage law. So although what the company is doing is morally despicable, other than not paying their employees at least minimum wage, there's nothing else wrong legally with what they're doing. Which,
Now, some construction, Twiggy, I would in fact consider life-sustaining. And I have another friend of mine that he's working right now. He's constantly running service calls. He's a welder. You know, he doesn't actually do heavy construction or anything else like that, but he's a welder. And mainly what he does is the company he works for services large distribution centers, particularly refrigerated distribution centers. So when he gets a call to go to work to go weld something, it's to basically go fix a piece of equipment that is in fact directly related to life sustaining. Now, construction of roofs, yeah, that could definitely be considered life sustaining because your shelter provides for your roof. But new home construction, unoccupied structures, construction on stuff like that, not life sustaining in any way, shape, or form. There's no reason to do that. And a lot of people go, well, the construction workers are going to be safe because they're pretty much always 6 feet away from each other. That may in fact be the case, but that worker is going to go to work. They're going to go to a gas station that they didn't have to go to before. They're going to go to a supermarket that they didn't have to go to before. They're going to be in direct contact with other distributors that they wouldn't have to be in contact with before. So while some things, and this is where, unfortunately, the companies, greedy individuals and greedy corporations are finding the loopholes around this information to maintain that they can continue to work when they really shouldn't, because they really don't care about their employees. They really don't care about their customers. You know, so you have somebody show up to your house and work on your roof. That's fine because you need the roof done. But you know, the people coming to build a brand new house, it's not the same thing. And then, you know, say your parents come in contact with one of these people out and about in the real world because they have to go to their job building a new house, because their, you know, construction is considered life-sustaining, so their boss has decided that they're all still going to work, and then your parents get sick because of it. That's where I have the big issues with it, that there are corporations and companies out there, and even individuals, that are allowing this to happen and continuing to allow it to happen and even justifying that it's happening. You know, all for $1.
yeah.
It's the money is not worth the human toll.
See, now,
and until we start having large numbers of people dying, I don't think that message is actually going to sink in. That's what it's going to take.
Now, technically, what I do is considered construction. Construction and road maintenance are all kind of lumped together as far as the government is concerned. But the company I work for employs roughly 120 people on any given day. 90% of those people stop at a gas station in the morning. I would say probably close to half of them stop again at some point during the day, while the other half goes to the grocery store once or twice a week. And like Timo said, these are all interactions that if you stay home, you don't have to do. I can just, I have groceries in my house. But if I'm making my lunch to take to work, I have to go to the grocery store at least once a week and buy that stuff because it doesn't keep. I stop in the morning and I get a coffee and a breakfast sandwich.
That right there is the problematic one, and I'll point out because I'll use myself as an example. When I was a construction worker, when I was building elevators and escalators, I, in fact, every day had to go to a gas station because I would put that much mileage on my vehicle that I had to at least put some fuel in the vehicle. So I'm touching the gas pump. There's one point of contact right there. If the gas station I went to had it, I would get my morning coffee there. So at the very minimum, I'm touching the door. I'm touching the coffee pot. I'm touching the cream and sugar area. And then I go in and probably get a snack. Now, the snack that I get is going to be a single serving, probably like a donut in a bag type of a thing. I don't have to touch anything else for it, and I'm taking that particular item with me, so I'm not even going to worry about counting that one. But then I go up to the counter, and I have to distribute payments, whether it's a chip card or cash. I'm going to touch the counter. I'm probably going to pass something to the employee behind the counter, whether it's cash or, whatever. They're going to have to touch something that I touched, or they're going to have to put that single donut in a bag for me, whatever. So you basically get 10 points of contact, roughly, for every individual going in and out of there. Now you've got, say this gas station has 2 employees working in it. Because, that's pretty common. 2 people working on a shift in a gas station just so that you could cover things. Do you really think they're trained in biohazard containment?
No.
Proper cleaning techniques? I have bloodborne pathogens training, and I wouldn't trust myself to disinfect properly an entire store. Not a chance in hell. So, say I'm a carrier, that I'm an asymptomatic carrier, and then Reaper comes in right behind me, and guess what Reaper's there to do? Reaper's there to get a cup of coffee. So he grabs the coffee pot that I just touched, or that the employee just touched because they just refilled the coffee, but they're the employee that I touched, that touched my money. So I got them as a carrier, and then they transfer this to Reaper, and then Reaper comes home and Reed touches something that Reaper has touched with an infected hand, and Reed's the one that gets sick. I can't live with that. I have a huge problem with that. That my actions might have led to the illness and potential death of an 8-year-old child. And that's how serious this has to be taken. Sorry, huge rant.
Oh no, that's all right. Yeah, and I mean that's the problem. Is like we've said before. People have this "it's not going to happen to me" thing. Well, you're
Stop punching yourself, Reaper.
Yeah. But and that's all well and good. It may not happen to you, but the problem is you're not thinking about the other people. Like Timo said, he's come into contact with the clerk, and if there's 2 clerks, now that's 2 people that have potentially been exposed, and then in addition to that, you have all the people coming in behind him. And it doesn't matter what you do. Say you get a cup of coffee, you've touched the coffee pot. Maybe you want cream and sugar, so you've touched those. You go to the counter, and you ring it up and say you don't pay with cash. Say you don't pass anything to the clerk. You still have to use your card. And what do you have to do when you use your card? You have to punch in your PIN number. So now
possibly now they do have the chip cards that you don't have to do it, but I'm actually gonna step back a step on that one. The most dangerous spot in this whole interaction is the very first thing that you touch going into that store, and that is the door.
The door handle.
The outside door handle that everybody touches. And I guarantee you, unless they are wiping it off between every person, you cannot, in fact, stop a viral spread.
So I went to the gas station the other day. Last Monday, I had to leave the house, and while I was out, I got gas in my car, so my wife wouldn't have to do it. And what I did is I pulled up to the gas pump, I put my card in, I pumped my gas. Now this whole time I made sure I'm only using one hand for everything, and I'm not touching anything. I didn't touch the rest of my car. I didn't even close my gas door. I pumped my gas, I hung it back up, I immediately walked into the store, went straight to the bathroom, washed my hands. Then I put my hands in my coat pockets and walked out of the store, used my elbow to close the gas door, and then got in my car and came home.
Just out of curiosity,
Yes.
what'd you use to open the bathroom door?
Going in or out?
Yes.
Going in, I used my hand because I'm about to wash my hands. So I felt that was okay. Coming out, I turned around and backed into the door.
Okay, so you bumped your way out.
Yes.
Now, I'm going to ask you another pretty personal question. How long did you wash your hands?
Happy birthday
Honestly.
twice. Happy birthday
Happy
twice.
birthday twice?
Yes.
You sang the entire happy birthday song twice?
Yes.
Okay, so you're a germaphobe.
Kind of, yeah.
And you're freaked out about this whole thing.
Yes.
Okay, so that leads me to believe that you're scared enough of this to actually do a decent job of washing your hands. Everybody else that walked into that bathroom that day? No.
Didn't.
They're not as neurotic as you. They don't give a shit. And they didn't do any of that. And it's not the reapers of the world that I'm worried about. Because the germaphobes are the ones that are actually going to probably help curb a lot of the spread. But the funny thing is the germaphobes are not out there disinfecting everything that they touch.
No, we're all staying home.
They're staying at home. So the general population is out there spreading things like a 5-year-old child with their finger up their nose. You know, and not to fault the 5-year-old child with the finger up their nose because they're just a kid. You know, I have an 8-year-old son that sticks his fingers in everything because he's an 8-year-old boy. That's what 8-year-old boys do. Now my 5-year-old daughter is a little bit more fastidious than my 8-year-old son, but not much. She still gets her hands dirty because she's a 5-year-old girl that likes to play with things and touch things. She loves slime. You know, she likes to play with slimy things and, you know, all that other fun stuff. Well, you know what? I can't disinfect slime. And I also can't really throw away every toy that she's going to play with over the next 2 weeks. So we have to limit her exposure to other people from that because, you know, honestly, this is going to sound kind of bad, but we haven't disinfected pretty much anything inside of our house. I haven't gone after the Legos. I haven't gone after the toys. You know, but then again, all the people that we had interactions with, luckily we don't interact with a lot of people. But like my son's friends that came over, they might have been exposed. They might have been carrying these things. My daughter was sick last week, the 5-year-old. She was sick last week. So she was touching a bunch of things in the house. But nobody else has shown symptoms. But the big thing is, we're not going anywhere. So until this all blows over and until everybody in my house has been potentially not exposed to a carrier, we're not exposing other people. The only risk we have is, again, my wife, because she is still going to work, because I hate to say it, the grocery store is in fact life sustaining, not just for everybody that she serves, but for us. That is our sole income right now, is what my wife makes at the grocery store, which unfortunately is not much. She doesn't make a very good wage, um, but it's enough. Now, the other big advantage is when she's at work, she can do her shopping there. And something that our local supermarket is doing that is super cool. So, the owner of our supermarket is taking this very, very seriously. He is shutting his store down 2 hours early every night now. They're normally open till 9 p.m. Now they're closing their doors at 7 p.m. And what they do then is they start to disinfect everything that they possibly can in the store. They clean for 2 hours, where before they did this while they were closing. So he's taking great lengths to do as much cleaning as possible. He's put additional protections up for his employees. The cashiers now all have plexiglass shields around them, which seems pretty strange for a supermarket, but it's basically they're wrapped in sneeze guards now.
Yeah.
There's a little payment window that you can slip your payment through. They encourage the cashless transactions for everybody. So the card readers and everything are outside the cashier's sphere of influence and everything else like that. So really all they have to do is bag your food up for you, take whatever payment form you give them, and they're at a much lesser risk of contact and infection that way. But there still is some. But they're also provided with personal protective equipment. They're pretty much changing gloves all the time. They're given gloves so that when they do handle things like cash, they can. Every time they actually handle cash, they change their gloves. So the cross contamination is reduced. They're given things to clean up their work area. They have industrial strength maticide, which is it's actually a surgical prep cleanser. All sorts of different things. But then the other thing that they're doing is by closing 2 hours early, that allows every one of his employees time to shop when there aren't a bunch of other people walking around the store. Now, my wife works in the deli. She's behind the counter, so she has an automatic 6-foot buffer between her and all the other people, and she doesn't have to touch anything that a customer brings in, but they actually have to touch something that she hands them. If she gives you a bag of cheese, cuts a pound of cheese for you, puts it in a baggie for you, you got to touch it. But she's back there. She's got lots of gloves. She's got disinfectant. She's constantly washing and everything else like that, and they're keeping everything clean. But she's still in a location where there's a lot of potential contacts and vectors and stuff because of the airborne aspect of this. Even at 6 feet away, that doesn't guarantee that somebody sneezing out there's their infected saliva is not going to make it behind that counter. But it's all lessened. But the fact that he has taken the time as an employer to reduce the risk to not only his customers, but his employees. Plus, he's also given everybody bonuses for working during this. He didn't have to. He gave everybody a bonus for, basically, he really appreciates the fact that they kept coming to work. And then when one of the employees expressed concerns because she has COPD, didn't give her any problems. Didn't tell her, you're fired. I don't know the exact details on it and everything else like that. I don't know if she's going to be able to come back to work in the future, but with the way he's treating this, I would imagine that after this is all done, she'll still have a job. That she'll be able to come back later on and return to work. Because he's shown that type of a character, but he is the odd duck.
Yeah, unfortunately.
He is the employer that everybody right now should have. An employer that's concerned about their financial well-being, their store's financial well-being, their customers' physical health, and their employees' physical health, because he knows that if his staff gets sick, now granted, he might not be doing this for
You went and grabbed cotton balls.
um, the morally right reasons. He might not be doing it because it's the right thing to do. He might be doing it because it's the right thing to do business-wise. Because if his customers get sick, they don't come back and buy things. If it's rumored that people got sick at his location, it could be devastating for the business. If his employees get sick and can't come to work, then they can't, continue to sell things. He's in the business of being in business. Don't get me wrong. He's a very smart business person, but he has taken extraordinary steps to continue that, and the direct result is that it makes everything safer for his employees and his customers, and in general his bottom line at that point in time. By operating in a safe manner, he's probably going to be able to stay in business longer than any other supermarket around here. So I do at least applaud him for that.
Yeah, unfortunately, like you said, he's definitely the minority.
He's the odd duck.
Yeah.
I'm also super fortunate that that location is literally 2 blocks away from my house. So I don't even have to get in a car to go to the supermarket. I can avoid all human contact, walk down the street, um, and be there in under 5 minutes without going to a gas station, without going to any additional locations, um, and get our life-sustaining foods. Not everybody's that fortunate, though, but all right, they closed the deli and all food service except the meat market. Gotcha. Now, see, Mary, you actually bring up an interesting point. So when this all first started happening, that was kind of my first thought, was that um, any location within this store that handled additional products would probably be closed. That the meat counter, um, the deli, would all be shut down because there is direct physical contact between, say, my wife's hands and your pound of cheese. The problem being is that with a small supermarket like this, that's where a lot of people get their food. Um, there's not a huge selection of like prepackaged Oscar Mayer meats because nobody around here buys them. If they're going to this particular supermarket, the things that they buy are those cut meats, cut cheeses. Now, one of the things that they have in fact started to do to help lessen the contact aspect of things, um, they are pre-preparing um, cut meats so that they can do like um, so let's say a pound of bologna, where they will cut 30 pounds of bologna after observing all of the decontamination product procedures and everything else like that, where the machinery was all cleaned down. Um, the employee is fully scrubbed and washed. They've recently washed their hands. They've got fresh gloves on. They haven't touched anything else, and all they will do is cut 30 packages of 1 pounds of bologna at a time, and then they put it out in a cooler in front of the counter so that they don't have to touch it again, that everybody that comes in, they can just grab one and go. Now, there is the cross-contamination aspect of people touching multiple bags of bologna in that cooler, but there's only so much you can do about that. But they've reduced all of the risks, or as many of the risks as they possibly could, behind the counter.
I also have to touch on something here. There was a story, don't remember where it was, but there was a teenager, that got caught walking down the shampoo and hand soap aisle of a store and licking all the bottles.
Oof.
Unfortunately, that is not a single occurrence. There are people out there doing stupid stuff like that every day.
We can go back to the ice cream. A couple months ago, actually, I guess it's been about a year. What was it, Blue Bonnet ice cream or whatever it was? The girl with the YouTube video of going into the store and taking off the top of an ice cream and licking it.
Yeah, and
That ended up changing the entire ice cream packaging industry. Now you can't go buy a quart of ice cream without the tamper-proof plastic seal on it because she got caught doing that.
unfortunately, there's a whole group of people that think that kind of thing is hilarious. What if that kid was a carrier and didn't know it? If he was an asymptomatic carrier, now he's infected anyone that comes in contact with any of that stuff. Anybody that goes to buy hand soap thinking they're going to protect themselves is now potentially infected. So, while we're all trying very diligently to protect ourselves and protect everyone else, you still have people out there doing stuff like that.
Yep.
Parents said, Mary said, parents letting kids touch things while they walk down the aisle. Yeah, there was, I believe
The
it
fact
was.
that parents have their kids with them at the supermarket right now is just stupid and irresponsible.
Yeah, I think there was one of the morning shows had taken video of a grocery store where a parent was doing just that. She had a little boy, and he was just walking down the aisle and innocently, but because kids are kids and they touch things, he was just walking down the aisle and touching everything on his way down. That's not the child's fault. That's the parent's fault.
That gets back to the stupid kids next door.
Yeah. And like you said, parents that have their children out exposed to this stuff right now, in the first place, are stupid. We have officially crossed 200,000 in confirmed cases in the U.S., 4,400 deaths, and those numbers are about a day behind. So yeah, there's that.
Yeah, the numbers are not going to get better anytime soon. They're going to continue to get worse.
Yeah.
It's very unfortunate, but that is, it's unfortunately how pandemics work. And basically, you can go back and watch any movie like Outbreak. What was the other one? There was a whole bunch of them years ago. Pandemic's one. But Outbreak with Dustin Hoffman and Cuba Gooding Jr. And Patrick Dempsey with the monkey virus, where the guy gets an exotic monkey smuggled in. It scratches him, gives him something, and then they have to. And Morgan Freeman was in it as well. They basically have to track all the viral vectors of this and everything, and it's basically just goes to show you all the different things, but it really comes down to one simple fact. They all start with human error.
Yep.
Every one of them starts with human error. That, we could have done this and this would have been completely different, but somebody was too power hungry, too money hungry, too stupid to do something. And the rest of humanity pays for it.
Now, one of the things that I don't know if many people, at least many people in our community, know, is that Bill Gates, the founder of Microsoft.
All right, Twiggy, take care, hon. Stay safe.
Bye, Twiggy.
Go play with the dogs.
The founder of Microsoft, after he basically conquered, became the richest man in the world, went into healthcare and philanthropy, and basically has studied the medical system and all of that. And he actually gave a TED talk in 2015 and basically described every way that we were not ready for a pandemic. He's went to he's actually met with he had actually met with President Trump twice regarding pandemic response and preparedness. And here we are. I'm hoping this in the middle of the country. Mary said, I'm hoping because we're in the middle of the country and really only have 3 major cities, only one over 200,000 people, that the impact here won't be so bad. However, cruise people came home here. Well,
It's not even the cruise people you need to worry about, Mary.
Well, and here's the
It's
thing.
everybody that the cruise people came in contact with.
Yeah. And here's the thing about the flyover states. Yes, your exposure is limited until this virus gets to a certain threshold. Once it gets to a certain point, there's not going to be any stopping it. Hopefully, it doesn't get to that point. Like Timo was saying,
Oh no, that's the thing. We're already there.
Well, see,
we've already hit that point. And let me. I'm going to get political, just a little bit. Again, going back to those presidential press conferences, there's a very distinct 12-hour period where you went from, we're going to get through this, we're going to be open by Easter, to, oh shit, stay at home. Somebody finally got through to him that we are past that point. The mistakes that were made have already led us that. Do we have the numbers for sickness? No. But over the next 14 days, those numbers are going to happen. The exposures have already happened. People are already sick. They're just not showing symptoms yet. They will. There's nothing we can do to stop this. We have already hit that Italy point. The big question now is, can we treat the illnesses as they come in? And this is where Italy went dramatically wrong. And this is why Italy's mortality rate was particularly high, because their medical professionals decided that this would blow over a lot faster than they thought it would, that they really didn't need all these supplies, that they didn't need to ramp up production, they didn't need to call for help. They could do all of this on their own. They thought by having a first-class, first-world medical system in place, they could weather this storm. They were wrong. And hopefully the rest of the world will learn from that. But we are to that point. Again, we don't have the numbers of illnesses right now, but that's not how pandemics of this nature work. It's not a question of who's sick now. It's who's going to be sick over the next 7 to 14 days. And with the way that this curve is working, with the increases in confirmed cases. Now, the confirmed cases all come from testing. Without testing, you don't know who has it. But the really important numbers are the numbers of those people that are testing positive. Are they getting sick? Are they recovering? Are they surviving? And all this other stuff. Those numbers are right on track for the bell curve of the same type of reaction that Italy had. But remember, we have a lot more people here in the United States than Italy does. The United States is a relatively large country. Now, granted, we don't have population numbers like China or India, but we do have similar numbers to, places like Russia and the like. There aren't many countries that have 300 some odd million people in them. There's just not that many countries that do, because we're a very large country. We are basically the size of all of Europe in one country. So take all the European countries and put them together. Yeah, look at Germany's numbers, look at Italy's numbers, look at France's numbers, look at Spain's numbers and everything. You want to know if you add all their numbers up, you're going to get numbers fairly similar to the United States. We're already there. We haven't seen the actual numbers come out yet. So and I don't mean to scare anybody about it or anything else like that. I don't mean to be a naysayer, but that's the other problem that people are having is they're not thinking of where we are now. They're thinking of where we're going to be in 2 weeks or so. They're like, oh, well, the numbers aren't that bad now. Yes, the numbers are horrible right now.
Yeah.
The numbers show that we cannot avoid that track. What they're trying to do now is, when you have all these sudden stay at home, shelter in place, zero contact rules and everything else like that, if you're lucky enough not to have been exposed to it now, there are so many people out there that are infectious. We don't want you to talk to anybody for the next 14 days. Let them show signs. Let them get sick so they know to get help so that we can identify the carriers. Because right now we can't identify the carriers. And that's the problem. That's the big problem.
Now,
I'm going to stick with Twiggy on this one. I think I've talked this one out as much as I can right now. So.
You mentioned earlier China,
Mm-hmm.
and I saw an interesting story coming out of China. Now, granted, when I say this, there was a story that said that China had, over the last 2 months, or 3 months, or however, since this basically started, they've had 21 million cell phone accounts closed.
Mm-hmm.
Now, granted, think of reasons why cell phone accounts are closed, and the number's going to go up. One, because people can't afford to pay their bills now, but that combined with the fact that we all know China is not reporting their numbers the way that they're not being truthful in their numbers. Nobody is, because nobody wants to be. Well, like you said, the government all the governments think they're protecting people by downplaying this. Like you said, if you look at the president's speeches, in January and February when
he didn't even acknowledge that it was a problem.
Yeah, and then when we had 3 cases and they were being treated, and the things he said now or then versus what he's saying now, he can no longer deny it. It just if he denies it now, he just looks like an idiot, which he's not against doing, but. So yeah,
he looks like an idiot now. That's going to cost thousands of people their lives.
Yes. So yeah, like I said, you take that information with a grain of salt because, China may have had 20 million of those accounts close anyway. You never know, but those kind of numbers make you wonder.
All right. Well, I'll touch on that because I'll tell you why China had 20 million cell phone accounts closed. Not because those people are dead. Don't make the mistake to think that it's because those people are dead. That's them suppressing information. That is China preventing 20 million people from communicating with the outside world. That is just straight up state-sponsored censorship, which China has been known to do a lot, where they suppress information. So they're telling the world that, oh, everything's going good here, our numbers are on decline, and 20 million people are suddenly going, the hell you say?
Yeah, I'm calling bullshit.
My entire family just died. How is that 0 new cases? Whatever. And they go, oh, you're a dissenter. No communication for you.
All right,
That's
Mary.
that's that's how those communist nations work.
Yeah.
So I don't think that that's people just going missing. I think that that's just cutting off means of communication. Now, one of the other things, interesting things, chat functions on World of Warcraft for Chinese servers have been suspended. Most chat functions on online gaming within China have been suspended. Again, they're suppressing the information that people are trying to get out there because that's what China does. China has the most to lose out of this. One, because they are the most populous country in the world, and their economy is based solely on their reputation. If people don't want to do business with China because they fear that they're going to die because of it, they will stop sending their money there. China is on the teetering edge of financial ruin and collapse if they have so much as a hiccup in their economy. Unfortunately, from a global standpoint, they don't have that option anymore. That hiccup is there. It's
Yep.
already happened because global markets are not buying manufactured goods right now. I'm sitting here playing a PS4. PS5 was announced to come out the end of this year. Guess what's probably not going to happen? That PS5 is not coming out. You want to know why? Because
Nope.
it's made entirely in China.
Nobody's gonna buy it.
There's nobody to build it right now. Nobody's working in those manufacturing facilities. To do so would be irresponsible, and for a fact Sony is not going to put their reputation on the line by buying Chinese products that were manufactured during a global pandemic. Hell no. So that's
What is
there's so many implications.
what is up, Aaron Baker? Welcome to the stream. I have to ask, what are you asking why about? I'll gladly answer your question.
Why ask why? Try,
Yeah.
bud, try.
Ooh,
Yeah, there's an old advertising slogan for you.
yeah.
Good stuff there. Why ask why? Try. bud,
Does
try.
digging actually change the landscape? Okay, this is a modded map, so I cannot actually change the landscape itself. But this pile of dirt has been added, so it does change the actual pile of dirt. If you watch when I take a bucket, it will actually back this up.
Now, I actually have a question about that. Did you ever figure out whether or not that respawns?
I have not yet, and I should have asked the creator when I had him on the line.
I know you have the creator on the line.
Um,
You failed us, Reaper. You
Yeah.
failed us.
I did. On why on Scott's comment. Oh, you're gonna need a few drinks before. Oh, Mary said, "There's my brother." Are you referring to Aaron? Is Aaron someone we should know? I'm so confused.
Doesn't take much.
Burn.
All right, guys. Well, it is 20 minutes after 3. Big Papa Timo is in dire, desperate need of a fresh cup of coffee, a smoke, and some food.
We're actually.
So I'm ready to sign off personally, but you're waiting for Mary to go live, aren't you?
Yep. She said,
All right.
give her just a minute.
I'm gonna leave you guys in. Oh, that's Bar. Okay,
Oh. Okay. Well, what's up, Bar?
Bar is important.
Yes. I honestly did not know his name.
Even I know that Bar is an important person.
Yes.
So yeah, so I'm gonna bug out of here. I'm gonna leave you guys in Reaper's capable hands of getting you over to Mary Lizzie. Thank you all so much for stopping by. I appreciate you, and hope to see you again in the future. Till next time, wash your damn hands.
Wash your
Wash
damn.
your damn hands. Stay safe. Don't sneeze on people. Don't forget to get some extra toilet paper. And until next time, guys, go plow your own damn fields. Reaper, I'll catch you later, bud.
All right, man. Take it easy.
Timo out.
So yeah, to answer your question, it doesn't change the ground itself, but it does change the added stuff. One of the things that people have been asking for a long time in Farming Simulator is called dynamic ground, and basically that would give us the ability to dig into the map itself. So if I wanted to take an excavator and dig a hole, then I could do that. Now I can change the ground by using the landscaping feature. But as far as like taking a piece of equipment and digging a hole, no. You're in California now. Mary's making rule. No Captain Crunch on her stream. So Bar made it to California, and your delivery is set for tomorrow, right? Yeah, I thought that's what you said. Thursday morning. Yeah, while you're out there, say hey to Mr. Bixler. Mr. Bixler lives in L.A. County. Need a break from it. Getting really stressed out the more we talk about it. Yeah. Welcome to my world. Unfortunately, I've already been concerned about this for weeks. Bar is currently in Barstow. Nice. People have to talk about it. Yeah, I mean, it's bottom line, Mary, it's your stream. You can say whatever you want. Where is Timo? Timo has already signed off. You just missed him by a couple minutes. We're getting ready to drop into Mary. She's going to be playing some Farming Simulator as well. So as soon as she's all set up and ready to go. You had to step out and do some schoolwork. No worries. I'm not stressed at all. Never was stressed. Over it. What happens, happens. We're not robots, so we'll die at some point anyways. You know, Bar, I'm not stressed for myself. But I have a wife and kids that I worry about. If I get sick, I get sick. But the problem is if I get sick, so do they. Drink refill done. Shots down. Just need a smoke. Alright, no worries, Mary. I will continue to load my truck till you are ready to go. Yeah, what Dave Vontae said, Mary. You don't need a smoke. He said you smoked too much yesterday. Scott says he doesn't have Farming Simulator yet. Maybe he can buy it with a stimulus check. It is a very addicting game, Scott. Especially with all the mods available. Like I was saying earlier, basically, you know, the mods are for things you don't necessarily like about the game and you want to make it more suited to you.
Hey,
No, actually, yeah. Bepples hasn't played since she made the train her bitch. Mary. Weirdly addicting, right? You wouldn't think so. And that's what I kept telling Timo before he played it. I said, you know, you wouldn't think you would like a farming game, but surprisingly enough, it's fun. It was funny, Galaxy. So basically, Bethels was driving her combine down the railroad tracks when the train came. Somehow she ended up on top of the train, riding it like a rented mule.
You missed. I was right there and you still missed. You hit my leg. You hit right here.
She turned it into a donkey show. So really now it's just a matter of waiting. Got the gold processing. It's full of water, full of soil. So now we're just waiting to make the money. Ruh-roh. Somebody's left my door open. I apologize if you can hear the TV in the living room. Shots kicking in. Can she hide it from Husbeast? Probably not. Aaron, Scott's name on Steam is Mace_Darklighter. MACE. Oh, there's his friend code. Your mom couldn't hide that she was drunk. Mary's on the porch having a smoke. Smoking a pancake?
Shit, I really like her. She might be dead. She hates farts, not even the fart will wake him up. Everything's good. You know what makes my fart Superman? Handcrafted.
Mary's feeling no
I
pain.
can craft my own. So let's see. We gotta make Tex-Mex. Consumables. Let's see. Eat. We gotta make one of these. Craft the burrito. Excellent. So how do I eat it? Inventory. We gotta eat that burrito. Already have it in my hands.
Devontae says, "Damn you, phone. No Oreos for you."
Not just any handcrafted Tex-Mex.
Oh.
It's gotta be something extra special.
Damn it. Okay.
You know what to do, new kid.
I guess. Oh, I gotta fart on the burrito, you think? I can't believe I ever asked that question. It's literally a chorito. Where'd this come from? Oh, no. Tacti.
She's not gonna pick those up.
Oh my god. Do I just rewind it?
What happened? Who are you?
Wow, I just rewind it.
Apparently not.
Time farts unlocked. That's so cool.
Oh, yes, Mary is definitely feeling no pain now.
That was great.
And I said, you know what your problem is? Your problem is.
Galaxy, I'm not going to deny that. It's very possible. My two boys are out in the living room watching YouTube on the TV. And God only knows what they're watching. So, that phrase may have happened.
You're sticking a cat's ass in your face.
Oh, gross, gross.
Yes, I think a lot of these turkeys do what they do because they're not really happy when they should know better.
Probably get high.
Why don't you kids just go color on some placemats?
He was up here. You didn't see her come in? No, we were busy seeking our budget. No, we were looking at menus because Carmen made us order food. Riding around on an empty stomach is very dangerous, human cat. For your own good. Whatever. She couldn't have left. We would have seen her go out the front door. But maybe she's in the back. Okay, you guys check it out. Call us if you need help. We'll be waiting for you with our bread sticks.
Combat buddy unlocked a coup. He's now my combat buddy. Excellent. Oh my god, the team has changed. We have a coup, human kite, and Captain Diabetes. Very awesome. So now what? Oh, we just opened up and found some sort of a scrap. Oh, it's locked. I can't leave. Oh, locked me in. There we go, the back rooms.
Hey, you know you can do this about to the people. That's to the customers.
These guys look dangerous.
Hey, dude, get out of
They
here.
started punching me.
Ugh.
Combat advantage is mine. Defeat the cooks.
How dare you treat my kitchen like you're eating dictatorial?
Oh boy.
The real superheroes are here now.
Yeah, we're here now, guys. I can only go so far forward. And I just have to skip those ones.
Yeah, Galaxy, who knows?
This new kid might do something fucking sweet.
Please do. Here we go. Get tuned. This is right.
Take your whole body in a stockpot, little shits. I'm gonna show you what this is about back here.
Oh, shit. Time part control. Which time is turn?
Gotta collect self walking into the house. Fart on Doritos is a new flavor.
Oh shit, no heal. So I guess what I would do is I would cancel his turn, their heals. Uh, there we go.
Callie said they made new Lays with taco flavor and they smelled like BO. Ooh. It's funny because my daughter was making ham and cheese hot pockets last night. I walked out in the kitchen and they smell disgusting.
Oh, here we go. Number 3 is a good one. Here we go.
I don't know what it is.
So I wish I could cancel this one, but I can't. Because my heals. This heal again. So if you get this is the turn that I would definitely want to cancel. Let's do this again. Sure. Let's see.
So I've sped up time to 120% just so I can process this because it processes at 15,000 liters per hour.
Oh, this is almost gonna work here. Here we go.
So
Lead 2. Here we go.
we'll get that processed. And it holds 500,000 liters. I think I've got a little over 300,000 in my truck already.
Okay. All right.
Someone must have cut the cheese.
Maybe slow. And I still have the heal. I can't cancel his anymore, but I need to save it for his. Damn it, oh why? Yeah, 3's the only thing that really works for this.
Dave Ponte says, but some personal female BO smells good.
Alright, so this is
I don't know. Personal opinion, I guess.
good counts. Damn, awesome. He's bleeding, nice. Alright, this is great. 19, so here we go, this is a good one. Alright, he's gonna just try to heal. Yeah. Skip this turn. I don't want him to heal. It's not. I should have set it on fire, I guess. Nice. Nice. Bouncing back and forth. Oh, here's a good one. Here's a good one. And he's almost dead.
Sorry about the camera, guys, but unfortunately the same control stick for the camera works the bucket. As soon as I let go of the button, the camera starts moving.
Got him. Alright, he's injured pretty bad. Oh shit, he's almost dead. Fuck. Okay. This guy's almost dead though. Alright, here we go. It's okay that my guy's died.
Oh, you're so excited for Friday. I thought that was tonight at midnight. Or is it Thursday night at midnight?
Yes. Okay. Alright, what? Match found. Bloody hologram. What? Okay. Here we go. Here we go.
Devontae, no. I don't like the smell of when they work out. Sweat, it stinks.
Buddy now unlock diabetic range.
No, I like freshly showered and clean. That's why I said personal preference.
Oh my god, these cats.
Tomorrow. Okay, so I gotcha. Freedom 500 is Friday.
Smells the pussy. Alright, oh, hold on, I can, there we go. Is there any, yaoi? Oh, wait, it's not in here. Sorry, kitty cat. Shit, cat poop, dude. There we go. This puzzle solver. See if there's any mission items. But there's not.
The Freedom 500. Is that
Oh, okay.
um Galaxy says my girlfriend won't get near me unless I shower after I get home from the gym. I know, right? It's the first thing my wife says when I get home from work. Go take a shower. You stink. One of our buddies just went live. Wow, I don't care. Yeah, Mary, you're absolutely right. In case anybody hadn't caught chat there, Mr. Aaron Baker has gifted Mr. Scott Bixler Farming Simulator, which is awesome. So you guys know, every chance I get, I shout out. It's usually Bar A10 or Ball Bounces, but now we know his real name. I shout him out every chance I get because he's gifted me a couple games. I wouldn't be near as far into my PC gaming career if it wasn't for him. So once again, thank you, sir. Oh, Richard? Yeah, Richard went with Live with No Man's Sky. That's fine.
So this will slow him down. Nice, clear the obstacles too. Here we go. Nice. Alright, so he's still here. He's slowed.
You got him everything. Oh. So he has the new DLC as well that none of the rest of us have. You got him the Borgolt DLC as well. That's pretty sweet. All right, Mary's switching her headphones, so everybody talk about it real quick. She can't hear us. New DLC. It's not exactly new. It's just something we didn't get with the Platinum Edition. The Borgolt's DLC. It pops up if you sit in the menu for a minute. Now, the new DLC from Giants comes out on the 7th. And like Timo was saying, it's supposed to have a bunch of bailing stuff and a couple new crop types, I believe. Aaron says he's just a hardcore PC gamer without a PC. Everyone Photoshop Mary into a tomato? Interesting choice there, Galaxy. Mary plays with unicorns with Beffles. Scott, if you do that, if you go play another online game, it'll actually slow down your download. So your hour will probably take closer to 3-ish if you play an online game. $447,000. Almost there. Minecraft single player. There you go. Still haven't gotten that game yet. Are we ready? As soon as your stream's up, Barry, drop that link. Are we ready to plow?
Maybe someone's finally standing up to what's wrong with this city. This new kid's a hero.
Kid's a menace, if you ask me. How long before he or she kills an innocent person? How long before Daredevil becomes the Punisher? Huh? 3 seasons.
Oh, my game just crashed. No, it didn't. Everybody. Well, thank you, sir. The Anderson Group Equipment Pack.
There was thought to be a sidekick, Tom, but further investigation showed it was just some little twerp with diabetes. Thanks, Mitchell. Of course, the question on everyone's
Yeah, apparently everybody gets to see.
going to make us look bad. You fucked up. It wasn't our fault. This kid
He also got me the DLCs. So again, thank you, sir. I really do appreciate it.
Chinese and Russians do the rest.
And it actually kicked me out of my game to tell me.
We're gonna learn the truth. Put the product in the
So I said everybody gets to see it.
crack.
Oh no, poor kitty.
Yeah,
You just keep doing your part.
definitely 07 hashtag bar A10 there. Ball bounces, Aaron Baker, however you want to, whatever you want to call him. Call him all the things. Just give him a big old salute. That's awesome, man. Again, thank you. I really appreciate it.
It was a long episode, but it was fun.
Yeah, what a great steak. Yeah, that belly week. So, you guys do anything interesting last night? Oh, no, the usual. Just watch some TV and wait for Dad. Yep,
Oops.
nothing exciting in our boring lives. Well then, I guess I'll just be seeing you guys tomorrow.
See
You
ya.
got a big day ahead of you, new kid. Get changed into your superhero costume and wait for a message from the kid.
Will do. But yeah, yeah, okay. Here we go. Another day in South Park. So,
You knew that was dumb.
no, not dumb. Get to the back room, Bounce Beast. Anyway, we did that. So guys, thanks for watching. It's been a long episode, but I had a lot of fun. Come back next time for more. I'll definitely see you then. Goodbye. I'm Zach Scott. Subscribe if you have not.
Mary may have done some shots. Oh, as in more
Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. This is Otto.
than
Next time for more.
she already had. So Mary may be drunk on stream.
What is up, guys? Zach Scott here playing South Park: The Fractured But Whole. I want to thank you guys so much for your continued support of the series. Especially that first episode and now it's about 100,000 views.
Time for us to get the information we need from Cassie. Any good superhero should know how to interrogate. Get over to Jimmy's house and find out what she knows. Keen?
No,
Jimmy's house. Let's take a look at the map. Let's say below. Hold on.
I think we'll be the judge of that, Mary.
In order to not only might. Let's go ahead and open the inventory here and see if I can equip some better artifacts that put me a little bit over. Do I have any different ones of these? I have 60.
Can't get Scott more stuff. My sister and Can't Leave People love the game with that out of the loop.
That puts me well over the mites. These might be pretty good.
Just hitting me 'cause no eat.
So yeah, I think I'm ready now.
Yes, Mary will be drunk on stream.
And where does one
And Aaron, yes. You're one hell of a man, sir. Which consequently means I need to get my ass busy. Because right now, my little hard drive is full of videos that I need to edit for Holocrow. So I need to get her project done before I can download my DLCs now. Yes, Mary is in fact drunk because she just dropped the F-bomb in my chat and she knows better than that. Yeah, tries to look innocent. Uh-huh.
These are sixth graders. Gotta watch out for those. Okay, hold on. Oh, jeez, hold on. There we go. Pow! Combat advantage. Not good for these people.
Bombs of F for Mary. Yeah.
Party. Who goes first? This looks good. Here we go. No, boom! Knockback combo.
I have a really good feeling about this, guys.
Does this work? Let's see. Yeah, this looks good. Get food.
Damn right, diabetes.
Alright, now.
Take your medicine for these.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, the trailer could fly. Yeah, yeah.
Alright, I know.
Game physics.
Jeez Louise. Alright. Got diabetes. Get ready. Alright, you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and cancel this guy. There we go. There we go. This guy's like full power here, though.
Mary,
Alright, here we go.
would you please delete that comment and repost it slightly differently?
Yep. Oh, hey, this is a good one. This is a great one, in fact. Number 3 will work great for this. Take one of them out, in fact. So, who needs to, I need to take him down, right? Probably, sure. So, I'm in his spot. No, let me go. Alright, so now. Oh, geez, come on. What are you doing to me? Titty twister? I think titty twister.
No Beffels?
So yeah, I think if I switch with him. I'm not gonna switch with him though, yikes. So where do I go? Oh, he's left. Okay.
Well, that sucks.
I'm gonna go ahead and do this attack. Oh wait, no, it shifted it over. I didn't think it would shift it over, but it did.
So right now we're selling our tailings because tailings are in great demand. That means they're worth more money right now.
Alright, here we go.
See if we can find the tailings sell point here. Okay, so there's the tailings sell point. You know it's in great demand because it's in blue.
No, you're not. This guy's dead too.
She said, "'Cause kids."
Get up, dude. Give me one. Beating sixth graders. Ego blaster, dollop, snot. I've always wanted to dollop some snot. Now I've got it. Alright. So which way does this one go?
Tell her to duct tape him to the bed.
Oh, there's some yowie. Open lotus. Wow. That's organic. You're right. I can see now, right? Alright. Now what is this? Alright, now I'm just happening to close down. I don't see anything. I was just so happy to see yowie. Perfect.
She has kids. 20. Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Looks like you got more work to do, kid. But before you go back out in the world, I want to show you something that might help your crime battle. Let's get up to life. Big.
I like how fast he is. Here we are.
All right, you kid. It's time to take your superpowers to the next level. Go ahead and stand in the DNA refrigerator.
Here I am. I'm in it.
There's a whole lot in that sentence that Mary's not gonna say.
All right, you kid. Stand still. I'll get through this.
What's happening? Wow. High paint pressure.
Go get out of the trench.
String. Take off.
There's a new Euro DNA slide I opened up here. Stuff you insert here will make a big impact on your combat. And then
Okay. Select your DNA slide and press. Okay, yeah. So what
pick
kind
the one
of...
that best suits your power loadout. Just keep in mind that big damage boost may need less health or vice versa. Kind of like how steroids shrink your number. Or so I think.
Alright, so this one, my brain's going out. Rare ginger. Extracted from rare ginger DNA to deliver legendary pain resistance. Past your ability to take hits. But my brain goes out like that. I can increase my health a little bit. DNA brain and human accuracy. So, what does this do? Damage. I like this one. This one's like just a more,
All right. Now you know what real power feels like. Pretty
more
dangerous.
strength without any sort of
That's the new
consequence.
Open up fast with it. Now get out there and kick some.
Well, Mary, you do live in one of the two major cities in the state, so it stands to reason that you're gonna get
So,
the majority of the cases.
I don't know. I keep thinking about changing it each and every time, but I don't know if it's necessary. Alright, so where do I go? Use the
It's not.
this whole fried chicken.
It's not my trench. It's part of the map.
Hello, everybody.
Now kid, this is the human eye. Use it.
Hold on. I already done this. Hold on. Okay. Meet humankind. Anyway, take it.
Look at you with all that storage on your device.
I've already done this, haven't I? Yeah, okay. I wish I would just tell you. If they do. Do they? I don't know. So where am I going? Okay, let's look at the map. Alright, I guess if I just keep walking that way, it'll be fine. Oh, by the way, I heard that I left something at the Raven's Tacos. My friend's Scurvy Boy told me.
Not necessarily.
So there's a mustache I can get here, apparently.
You have the U of I Medical Center there.
Only one will survive.
There we go. I didn't even look here, you know? Alright, great. I have a mustache. A curly Santa.
Train.
Did I already go in here? I bet I did. Yep. Making sure. Alright, so let me just kind of go.
Is there an easy way to see what mods you're using, like Conan? Yes, there is.
Where we at? Go back down.
Are you at? You're asking so you can join Mary's game, correct? Or so I can start? Oh, or me? Okay.
I got food pics for thee. Check 'em out.
Apparently my game just
Keep walking.
said I can't use the controller anymore, which is fine. So yes, I can show you the mods that I'm using.
What the? God dang it.
Uh,
Let's just go. Here we go. Let's just get
So as far as the mining DLCs go,
Your turn is now property as human friend. Let's find out.
no, that's one county over.
Thanks for standing there like a little bitch here in the headlights.
So if you go into your mod screen, the second tab over is your installed mods. So for mining, I have that rock truck that I'm using is this HM 400S. I have. Okay, see, all these are installed individually, all the equipment. But basically, they came out of the MCE mining equipment pack. So you've got the ferry, the diesel semi-trailer, these two heavy haul dump trucks. This is the front loader that I'm saving up to get, this 994F. It's a monstrous front loader. That bucket holds, I believe, 34,000 liters or 36. The map itself is called the Mining and Construction Economy. I see it already installed the Borgoltz pack. Green River 2019 is the map that Mary's on. That high dump bucket is what I'm using on the current front loader I have. So where's the mining and construction economy map? I don't see it. Huh. So it doesn't show in my mod list, apparently. So I will do this then. I will go here, and I shall show you. If you go to this website, fs19mods.com, and search for mining, you're going to want Mining and Construction Economy version 0.6. 0.6 is the latest version. You're going to want this one, the Excavators and Dumping for Mining and Construction Economy. Now, one of the things with this this DLC, and I will show you. Let me go find something that I want to install real quick. I'll give you guys a quick lesson on how to install these. We'll get the general E mod. Why not? Alright, so here's how you install it. And you click on download. It's going to take you to another web page. Click on the blue free download button. Skip all this other ad stuff. It's going to take you to this page where you're going to click the green download button. Now it's going to download down here. You're going to open it. And it's going to bring it up. It's going to look like this. First thing you want to do is go back up one so you see it in its zip file format. Go find your Farming Simulator 19 mods folder. And that's going to look like this. It's going to have all kinds of zip files in it. And all you're going to do is you're going to take this zip file from here, cut and paste it into this file. Now that mod is installed. Now when you download the excavators and dumpers for the mining and construction map, each one of those pieces of equipment is its own zip folder. So let me see if I can find them. Yeah, see, here's the TMP Liebherr 956. That's one of them. The Volvo A40. Here's... Okay, so yeah, here's actually one that I screwed up on before I realized how to do it. So this is what it's going to download. MCE, Mining Construction Economy Machinery Pack. If you open it up, it's full of more zip files. These are the ones you need to install in your mod folder. So you would take these out and put them in here. If you guys have any questions, feel free to hit me up on how to install this. So Mary is officially live. So you know what that means, guys? It means we're gonna go raid Mary. I want to thank all you guys for hanging out with us. It's been a long one. We appreciate you sticking around, playing a little farming simulator. So I will catch you guys on the next one.